Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Wawa's refreshing your burger routine with new flavors like French onion. What's wrong with the man? Your eyes alone, and you're walking with both hands in your head. His response is on a clean high. Both feet up on the ground, but his head's way in the sky. The Black Seminole, head general. Distant connections, a large interval. A black man with mouths to feed. Embracing equality throughout greed. No time to joke around. The kid is now a man. And the silence is filled with remarkable sounds. This part I've seen in my dreams. Love is not a lie. It just feels like a Tarantino movie scene. Open up the heavens, let the sunshine in. The Duke of Tears and Empress about to begin. Giving love to all the ancestors that just tuning in, here comes the two tears with some more offering. Going out to the all men, talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee, you know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the all men. Talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee, you know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the whole. Super do like an eagle, more like a stinging bee. Ancestors is left, right, in front of me. I'm all that big dynasty, live inside me. Moon goddess, this birth, your birth, native, made for greatness. And wild, natural style, rain dancer under the moon, knock through the pearly gates. Escape from Spain to Panama, we still ahead of y'all. Never racing, just slow pacing to the top of the dome. We stand tall, y'all. Never lazy, so walk, clap, slap, back. For all the more talking, Shinnecock, never stop. A little petite, but never retreat. 10K is doggone tall, y'all. Chopper riding, we awake, verity streaming. ET beaming, blunt chop, lightsaber walker, wolf talker, never stop. All men, talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee, you know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the all men. Talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee, you know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the tomahawk chop. An entire city block, big buffalo people coming back to wreck shop. Hip-hop about it pop, can't stop the rebirth of raw indigenous rock with the native chant, Christ war dance, at a glance, anyone who clans at the Shechem war dance, Chief Seven Feather Owl, the Moorish Colin Powell, make all these 14th Amendment rappers throw in the towel, square complex and travel, these masons taking oaths, disrespecting ancestors, selling their souls to ghosts. I raise my glass, make a toast to Aboriginal hosts, traveling through the cosmos, that's most, meaning that's on top. My wounded knee, bandaged up, Black Hawk, what's up? Geronimo Skull, we taking it back from the tomb of the bones when we coming in the rooms and we zoom like all men. Talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee, you know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the all men. Talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee, you know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the whole. Open up the heavens, let the sunshine in. This is tears and empress. I'm about to begin. I'm experienced now. The black guard got big lips and black bra. In the projects, rich is whipping that black hard. I'm just saying, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Right to job lives with jewelers and girls. Just ask nods if I rule the world. Yo, my mental vision, setting up intuition, and you really don't have nothing if you intuition. I work with light just to give birth to life. I was born in all forms in the perfect night. The black god got big lips and black broads. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the start. I am the ruler, just like the Lion of Judah. My third eye was built like an iron computer that's dark matter and deep thought making your heart shatter. I sleepwalk, talking with smart chatter, so I don't need you to ride or die with me. I got ancestors that vibe from the other side with me, and they beam up life after death. We got noses on our eyes cause the light's a breath. My priceless flesh, the final copy, look like Anunnaki. Black guard, got big lips and black bra. In the projects, rich is whipping that black hard. I'm just saying, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Right to job lives with jewelers and girls. Just ask nods if I rule the world. Yo, the black guard got big lips and black broads. In the projects, rich is whipping that black hard. My rhymes the same, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James, that nigga's a black guard. And you wonder why we spit lead. Just the whole reps, niggas got big heads like Olmecs. Way that I'm writing is more than vain. This is the age of enlightenment. We the more than Spain. Now that your honor, I pray to a black vagina. Even the Pope prayed to the black Madonna. In the sun, I shine as bright as I be. I'm the greatest of all time, like Muhammad Ali. And when I die, Baptized in the fire, only fly at night, black skies are higher. Prior to job, our lives with jewelers and girls, just sex nods, if I rule the world, rubies and pearls. The black guard, got big lips and black bra, and the projects rich is whipping that black hard. Rhymes insane, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard, got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Prior to job, lives with jewelers and girls, just sex nods, if I rule the world. The black guard, infinite to infinite stars, it's infinite light. My life's got an infinite charge. The instruments I implement to give strength to your heart. The temple within, the imprint, mimic the art. Into the dark, the dragon spark the fathom from a higher consciousness. I talk with atoms, I live in the land, and I live in the stars, original man. I am the image of God, on the touch, I'm Amen. I cut diamonds, so as long as I live, nothing can stop shining. You gon' need to be in the bins to drive me crazy. Live on CNN, hearing cries from Haiti. You know the people down there trying to hide them babies. The black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars. Black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars. The black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars. I told you, all of my critics, I told you all that I was the greatest of all time. All of you, I know you got it. I know you got it, but the man didn't come. I'm gonna show you how great I am. I told you, I'm the real champion. I told you, I'm the champion of the world.
Peace, 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 peace. Peace to all the aborigines, north, south, central, as well as the conjoining islands. Peace to all the gods and all the goddesses. It is I, your brother A1, aka Ahanu Kiel, aka Atanchness One. And we're gonna go down a rabbit hole again and show and prove on what these tribal nations look like, along with some commentary from a few other brothers that will be commenting. I will be playing a couple of videos. Do me a favor, y'all, if y'all can, share this video out, because I'm looking at career low numbers, 32 people in the chat room, 32 people viewing this. So share it out if you can, because they probably shadow banning me. But nonetheless, though, we gonna still get with it for the most part. So yesterday when we left off, we was taking we was identifying how a lot of these so-called tribal nations that a lot of people want to adhere to and they want to join, they are being conducted and being organized and controlled by so-called Europeans. And it's funny that the Europeans, and I'm not saying all these tribes where the Europeans is at, because some of them tribes, it's Negroes there and they living in harmony. But for the most part, the identity of what the Indian look like has to be revealed. And until it's revealed, you will always be looked at as an African that mixed with Indians. But the funny thing is, right, you're African that mixed with Indians, but when you see the so-called Slavic Indians, they never say, well, these are colonizers that mix with Indians. They saying that they're Indians, no matter if they 1/31st percentage of an Indian. Okay, so mind. And like I said, this is historical information to go along with your genealogy, so you can show and prove. So yesterday I started from give me a second, y'all. Just give me a second. This fucking coffee hot than a motherfucker. Let me see. But I definitely wanna just, if you guys can, cause this shit right here is like a second goddamn job sometimes. So definitely support the channel if you can. If not, just hit the like button and we will definitely go into it, okay? So my information is at the bottom. It's at the ticker right there. So you see it run across the screen. So, and also to anyone who would like to contact me, let me see. Let me put my email up there. This is my email. So if you'd like to contact me about anything, just email me. And if you email me, just leave your number in the email. I mean, if it's okay with you, um if you wanna communicate through email, we can do that. But if you like to communicate verbally, which will be a little easier, just put your number in the email description, and I'll definitely return your phone call. Okay. So once again, peace to gods, peace to goddesses. Let's get into this shit. Oh shit, I'm about to end the goddamn broadcast. My bad. And when I play the video, y'all, please let me know whether or not it's being heard in its entirety. Just so we won't have like I won't play a video, a long video, and then I have to go back like yesterday. I don't know. Sometimes with StreamYard it's kind of funny, but for the most part, we gonna make it do what it do. So let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can get the other this one. All right, I want this view. All right, so yesterday when I left off, we was talking about um we was here. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this, and like I said, my goal is to work our way down. We start off in among the so-called tribes in New York. But yesterday we read, according to the Shinnecock history, it says the Shinnecock been in Long Island for 13,000 years. Okay, and then they also said that they had a nation that spread it out all the way through. I think New England, but New England is in Connecticut, Massachusetts. All that shit is the same. Just names that separate, and barriers and demarcation lines is the only thing that separates the land from being the same. Right now it's being controlled by states and then municipalities, etc. Right. So let's get into this. Matter of fact, you know what? Before I get into this, let's go here first. All right. So we gonna start with the pink quads. We're gonna start with these, right? We see the pink quads, right? So these are let me try to get the Massahantakat, the Massahantakat, Western Pequot tribal nation, right? So I think Sister Betty, she was going in on Rodney A. Butler. That's also depicted among the picture. These are the images of the so-called Pequot nations as well, right? So look, this is one image. Let's get into this one. Let me go out a little bit. All right, just bear with me. I got a lot of shit pulled up, so my computer might not be running at optimum level, but we're gonna get it done. Now look, these are the pink quads, okay? These are the pink quads, okay? The the whole motivation for this bill is to show you that it was Negro Indians from all the way from here, from Massachusetts, all the way down to Florida, and going back into Mississippi. So I probably won't do the Mississippi until part three. I'll probably get like into the other tribes that throughout. And remember, even when we get into Florida, right? Florida was mainly ruled by the Muskogee, but the Muskogee has now been named a lot of different names, and they separate these names and they confuse you. They confuse the people thinking that all these people were separate people, which that's not the fact of the matter. That's all BS. Okay, so here we got the Pequot Nation right here, right? And as you can see, according to this one picture right here, everybody in this picture is a damn Negro. Now, if some of these idiots want to say, well, let's do their DNA. Let's do their DNA to see whether or not they're Negro or not, right? We don't need to see that. We don't need to do their DNA because everything has been passed on bioptically, and through observation. They never asked for no DNA 100 years ago when we had the, let me see, when we had these individuals right here, right? So look, I want to show y'all something too with this, because I'm gonna go into this one probably at another time, right? But check this shit out. I know a lot of people, I am a Moor, so I do, y'all already know what I do. But check this out, right?
It's a secret society of white supremacists that preaches hatred
Now look, this image right here. Can y'all see this image right here? You're gonna see him pull something out his shirt. Look.
of black people. For decades
Oh,
is
let me go
managing to
back.
reinvent his hate of black people.
Let me go back.
Secret society of white supremacists that hatred of black people.
Now look, I'm gonna freeze it right there, right? I'm gonna freeze it right here, and I'm gonna come back to the chat room. Can anybody tell me what is this that they pulled out this man, this so-called Negro shirt? The first person tell me, I'll send you a T-shirt. Just email me and put your email and your address in, and I'll send you a T-shirt through my T-shirt. Matter of fact, you can go in there and just pick whichever one you want, and let me know which T-shirt you want, and I'll send you a T-shirt. The first person who tell me what was this that they pulled out his shirt, okay? So let's go back. Let me go back into StreamYard. All right, talking to you guys. Can anybody please tell me what was that they pulled out that Yeah, yeah, it's a white boy in black. We know that. I know that's a white boy in black. But the funny shit is, okay, he's playing a black man, but they pulled something out of his shirt. You want me to show the picture again and probably blow the screen up for you guys to see what they pulled out of his shirt? I'm waiting. I'm in the chat room looking for answers. So I mean, I'm not like we gotta continue and get the program on. But let me know what was that they pulled out of shirt. Do anybody have any clue what that was? What was it, Sean P? Ah, okay. All right. Look, look. Peace, Empress. Look, I'm gonna put it up on the screen. He said a fez. Look at this shit right here. Look, I'm gonna put it on big screen for y'all. See what he pulled? See what they pulled out his shirt? A fez. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they pulled the feds. I'm not making no assumptions. I'm just observing it, and that's mighty curious to me that they ran down on him and took a fez out of his shirt, and they about to lynch him, right?
And which has lasted for decades. Always to reinvent itself.
I'm gonna definitely do a build on this, right? And remember this too, right? This is your existence on this continent. Think niggas like not a coincidence, not a coincidence. Tread lightly, bro. I see you in the chat room. I have no problems with putting you on timeout, nigga. So come here in peace. If you gonna come here and learn something, come here and learn. Don't come in here like you a teacher and you know everything. You playing a student at this point in time, okay?
Toby. Look what I got from the kitchen. I got... Damn you, nigga. Didn't you think nothing about me? About you,
Look,
yeah, me. Me. Go running off in the hills, you know what's gonna happen to me? I get to sleep on them.
look, that's not a coincidence right there. Look, that's not a coincidence trying to keep his slaves, trying to keep the slaves, right? All right. So let's get back into the images, right? Okay, so we was going here, we went over the so-called Pinquat, the Western Pinquats, right? We went through this is Rodney Butler. As we can see from the picture, he is a mulatto. Okay, he is a mulatto. You don't see, and when I go through all these Indians, you're not going to see no Mongoloids. They're going to either be Europeans, black people, or mulattoes. Straight the fuck up. We ain't gonna find no Mongols among none of these so-called tribes that I'm going to go through. Meaning that they wasn't here. Period. Okay? So this is the chairman. Look, this the vice chairman. This is a Negro right here. Okay? This is a Negro. Okay? Latoya Clough. I guess that's how you pronounce her name. Clough, right? Then you got the secretary. We already know what his racial classification is. Okay, Matthew Pearson. Okay, he's the secretary, right? So then we got a treasurer, right? Marvin Rills, right? He's the treasurer. As you can see, he is a fucking Negro too. Okay, and then we go down to tribal counselors. This is Crystal M. Whipple, right? Tribal council counselor. Okay, you see her. She is a freaking Negro, right? Another image. I don't know what his saying member of the tribal serving second term office as a counselor. It's saying Minahan chairs whatever parks and recreation. All right. So we see this brother. This brother also can be classified as a Negro or as a mulatto. Okay. Then we go down. We got Michelle Scott, member of the Master Pink Tribal Council, serving the first term as of January 22nd. Councilwoman Scott chairs the Tribal Economic Development and Health and Human Services Committee. All right. So out of all these people, we got one obvious European right here. Everybody else is Negroes. Okay. There go some more in the images of them, right? I think, hold on, let me see who's right here. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm gonna click on this one too. This is an older one. All right. So these are the Pinquats. You don't see no Mongols amongst these people. In this picture right here, you don't even see no mestizos. You don't see no mestizos or white people. None. You see none. And remember, we're in Massachusetts right now. Okay? Now look, and I probably should have started from Buffalo region because I done been to Buffalo and I done seen the Seneca the Seneca tribe and all that shit that's up there in Buffalo, right? But as you see, these are Negroes. These are Negroes. Everybody that's sitting on the chair right here are all Negroes, except this European right here, except him. Everybody else is a freaking Negro on here. Okay. Now, if you want to say, all right, well, he still would be a Negro. We got light skinned people in our family. He may have a certain percentage of European blood or ancestry, but that don't make him to be a European, right? So let's clarify this. This is the Pinquats, right? So then let's go on ahead. Let me see. All right, so we're gonna go to the Mosh P Wapanat. All right, hit that like button, share the live stream if you want, and please support to the channel if you can. Okay, so here we back over here, right? Dealing with the Wapanaki. Okay, now look, some images, some more images right here. Okay, we see Negroes in here. Okay, see Negroes in here, right? But check this out. Let me see something real quick. We also see Europeans, right? Now check this out. So you think that these people are Wapanaki as a result of them being slaves that mix with the that mix with Indians? So if they mix with Indians, what the fuck did the Indian look like? Was the Indian a white man? What Indians did these people mix with? I just want to know. Either the white man is the original Indian or the original Aborigine, or the Negro is the original Aborigine. Because the people who they keep saying was here, the Asian people, we don't find them nowhere in the southeast, northeast, or from southwest all the way to the Mississippi River. We don't find these people, bro. We don't find them. And even according to the Boma Park murals, the Mendoza codexes, and the other, all of the other images that they found in the Yucatan Peninsula, you obviously don't see none of them there until later on. Okay, so we dealing with the Wapanaki right now, which was once the Pequots was part of the Wapanaki. When you get all into that war with King Phillips and all that shit is dealing with the Wapanaki. Now, like I said, if you see these brothers right here, these could be brothers too. Like, you know what I'm saying? But they just would, you know, that they got some type of European in them, but these are Negroes. These don't. None of these Indians look like no Mongols. None of them have any Asian features. None of them. None of them have any Asian features. And even, let me see, where was I at? Let me go ahead. And look, I'll play this real quick if I can. Remember when this guy said this, right? Let me know if y'all can hear the audio, because I'm about to play audio real quick. Okay, audio, come on.
Brother, if you were to walk into any mosque in America and you just laid your hands on the first person or the third person or the fifth person that you see, you realize that you're laying your hands on a Native American?
I believe.
There were only
Now remember, we not Native Americans, okay? That's only a bastard. That's according to him, and we ain't come from him. He came from us. But they allow these people to claim these tribes, and you have to go through. You the original Indian, but you got to go through all of these mixed breeds and these inbreed people to be substantiated as that. And then when you are substantiated as that, they say you was an African that mixed with an Indian. But over here, autonomous one do observation and form hypotheses, and we go through theories, and we also do experiment by going out there actually talking to the actual fucking people themselves and letting them tell you who they are, letting them tell you who they are. Okay, let's continue. Let's play a little bit more of this. It's only like 2 minutes.
8% of the slaves that came to America. So that there's so many more people that they claim are black or African American. I think they got the numbers wrong because a lot of Native Americans are the ones that they're counting as black folks too.
Well, we're really one. Yeah. We're not going to let them count. This is Native American. This is black. Hell no. We are the original people of the earth.
All right, you heard what he gets said. According to what he said, only 8% came over. I don't believe that shit neither. But he said that a lot of Native Americans are classified as blacks, which we've been proving the whole time. And it's coming from a so-called Native American, right? That's coming from a so-called Native American, all right? So let's get back into the bill, right? So where was I at? I was at right here. We was dealing with the Wampanoag. All right, let me see now. We wasn't done. We was over here. It's right here. All right. So look, I like to go into this right here. I like to go into the powwow princesses, right? And you can actually see from this right here, right? All right. So we got powwow princesses, past and present. All right. So we're gonna go to the earliest. Let me see something. So let's go all the way down. All right. It's Aquilia Peters, right? Now, from the picture, she could be a light-skinned black woman, but we could tell, she's a Negro, right? And we go up right here, right? We could say Braylon Fry, right? Let me see if I can click on her. Hold on, let me. You can see her right here, right? But you actually can see the mestizo princess right here, right? But when you go up right here, right? Look, we got Chelsea Miranda, right? This is a Negro right here, right? We got Kiana Anderson. She's a Negro too. Okay. According to what I know a Negro to be, okay. Maybe somebody could be saying some shit that I could be miscorrect or I could be wrong. But I know goddamn well, you know what I'm saying, what my people is identified as, right? So we got Tiana Lopes, right? We got another Negro right here, right? Now you start getting into some of the mixtures, but this she can be a Negro. She look like a Latino, right? But she looks like a Negro. She could just be like a mixture, right? So we go up. She like Abigail Peters, right? I bet you if you go back in her family, you see Negroes too, and all these people got Negroes in there. They get mixed all together. There's a bunch of white people and a bunch of black people who saying that they Indian, right? So we got Sierra Diamonds, cute little girl. Look, got her tribal stuff on. Congratulations, 2016, 2017, Little Miss Wampanoag, right? And then we got Clara Jackson. I mean, I don't need to say nothing, right? I ain't gonna say a goddamn thing, right? We got Chinoa Peters, right? With Paris Hendricks, right? All right. And we could tell, like I said, man, we already see what time it is right here, right? We got Natina Perry, right? Cute little girl like my daughter a little bit, right? Then you get up here, bam! They threw a Asian looking one in, right? They threw an Asian one in right here, right? Boom. Then they threw a European in, right? Like I said, this one right here, she looked like she can go both. She can be a mixture or she can be all black, right? And we go here, we see another. Well, she can be a mixture too, right? Little girl right here, Negro, and she look like she could be a mixture, right? So as we clearly see from the images that we got, now let me see something. Let's go to council real quick. Let's go to tribal council. All right. So we got Brian Winden, right? He's the chairman. See what he look like. He look like a mixture. You don't see no Asian features among none of these people. You see either they're white, black, or a mulatto. So please explain to me what the fuck or who the fuck is the original Indian and what did they look like? They can't be African. They can't be the black people because we told that the black people come from Africa. Then we told that the white people from Europe. So white people are not Indians. So please make some goddamn sense of this, please. Okay, we got Charlton Hendricks, right? And you see his family. We got a Negro right here who probably been swirling. Look, it look like he got a white wife, right? And this is the result of why you see a lot of this mixture, right? But he's obviously a Negro.
Facts. This some heavyweight shit right here, man. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Hey, yo, man, who the fuck opened? I left the door open and shit. Goddamn. Peace,
You know, I got
AP.
the key.
Peace. Nah. I forgot I left the goddamn key under the mat and shit, man.
Right.
Goddamn.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got
Nah. Peace to the God, man.
Shout out
Look,
to everybody
you
in the
see this
building,
shit,
man.
AP?
Yeah, I'm sitting here watching you going in, man. That's a good connection, just showing that Negroes was all around identified. And we can't say that these are Mongoloid Asians anywhere in the Southeast specifically, where we're dominating the Southeast, Northeast tribes. You don't see them in the area before, you don't see them in the area afterwards, and you don't see them being displayed with the colonization, whether it's Spanish or whether it's the British POW in these people. You don't see them in these particular areas.
And this actually goes into R.B. Dixon work, where he said in Massachusetts that proto Negroid bones has been found all through Massachusetts. Okay, so now we already got that connection. That was already it was Negroes in Massachusetts, according to the experts. Not these pseudo DNA companies that were just created in the 1980s, man. And hopefully Zab go in on that, man, because me and AP got some shit that we gonna be dropping on it as well. Right. So look, tribal council members, brother right here, his name is Domingo. I don't know how he got up in there with the Spanish name, but nonetheless, he still look like a Negro. This lady right here, she look like she could be a mixture, and this lady right here, like she could be a mixture or a Negro. Okay. Look, look at the sister. Winoa Pucknett, right? Tribal council member. She's obviously a Negro. This nigga right here, David Winden, he's obviously a Negro too. I think that was the dude at the top right here. He looked a little different right there, right? So then we got Rita Consalve. I never heard that fucking last name, but she looked like a Negro too, right? Now this guy right here, I don't know. I mean, he looking a little bit like he's Latino, right? But he looked like he can also be a mixture of both, right? So this is, I don't know who the hell this is. Vernon Lopez. I don't know how the fuck they got all these Indians with these so-called Spanish names, right? That's something that's kind of weird, right? The medicine man, saying this is the medicine man right here. You could clearly see a Negro, right? So now look, we already done went on the Pinkwats. The Pinkwats they was also connected to the Wapanaki. Now we at the Wapanaki, right? We at the Wapanaki, and we just went through the Wapanaki page, and we see Europeans and Negroes, Europeans and Negro Indians and mulattoes, right? So now let's go here. Let's go to the Shinnecock. Let me see. Let me go back. All right. So let me see. This is. So look. Oh shit! Look at that image right there. I need to get that image. I can't. Let me see if I can get this image right here. Look at these kids. These are Shinnecock. Okay, I can't. Hold on. Let me see if I can get that picture right there. Council trustee. Let's see something real quick. The general council. Let's see what the people look like in the general council if they have any pictures. Don't seem like they got. Now let me see. Bam. Okay, here we go right here. Right. So now look. All these people in this picture right here can be a mixture of Negroes and so-called Indians. Okay, I'm sorry, Negroes and so-called Europeans. Now look at the people in the picture. I mean, with the exception, I ain't got nobody in my family look like him. But these brothers right here, and even his sister right here, this light-skinned sister right here, with the exception of him, he looking kind of out of place right here, right? But everybody else look consistent. And like I said, his so-called ethnic look or facial symmetry can come from a European mixture with the Negro, right? So now we see this the Shinnecock right here, right? So these are all the chairman. Let me see what else we can find. So that's the images. Let me see. Let's see departments, human public works. Let's see public safety. Let's see department. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see meetings. Let's see what images we get. Oh, so they got meetings. Okay, count. Okay, all right. So let's go right here. See what this pulls up. Oh, all right. So thus far, I was only able to get a few pictures. Let me see. Let's go back. All right. So like, y'all can't say it because the words is right here. But if you was to see all these kids right here is Negroes, all of them. All of them, little girl, right? But except her, she looked like a little mestizo. She actually looked like she mixed with Asian. But this little girl right here look just like my daughter. All right, so let me see something. So let me go back out. All right, so we took a look at the Shinnecock, right? So now we gonna go to the Montauk. Matter of fact, hold up, wait a minute. No, it ain't a Montauk right here. So this is the Montauks. Boom, the Montauk tribes. Okay, and these are. Let me see. Let's take a little. All right. So the Montauk tribes of Indians. Now, yesterday, I'm gonna actually play this real quick before we go into it. Boom. I played a little bit yesterday, but since I'm gonna be adding some more to it, if I'm gonna go through it, I might as well just play a little bit more. All right. So let's go back right around here.
Make sure y'all hit that like button too, man. Share the live stream, thumb up the video, support the channel, man. Share the live stream. Very important for you guys to share the live stream. I know DJ Cuddy over there live, but share the live.
Oh, Cuddy live.
Yeah, Cuddy been live since 7 o'clock this morning. He do the morning show.
Man, I ain't even look on. I just went because I already said. I already told the people that I was gonna go in this morning. I didn't even look on YouTube. Peace to brother Cut. I mean, Code Cuddy, man. Definitely support all the Aborigines. Okay. So look, these are the Montauk's right here, right? So look,
declares an entire tribe extinct. Okay, we have a court case, a land dispute, where you have nearly 80 tribe members of the Montauk tribe who come to court. Their chief, okay, Wyandotte Farrell, the chief of the tribe of the Montauk Indians, is there, and he's telling the Supreme Court judge to recognize him as the chief of the tribe and to nullify any land deals that are going on between companies and different people who were scheming.
oh shit, what the fuck happened? They hating again. Let me see. Let me reload this joint. All right, just bear with me. This shit loading up. I got a lot of shit open too. That might have been.
declares an entire
Hold up. Here we go. Let's start right here. All right, just bear with me. This shit is buffering. Just bear with me.
declares an entire tribe extinct. Okay, we have a case, a land dispute, where you have nearly 80 tribe members of the Montauk tribe who come to court. Their chief, okay, Wyandotte Farrell, the chief of the tribe of the Montauk Indians, is there, and he's telling the Supreme Court judge to recognize him as the chief of the tribe and to nullify any land deals that are going on between tribe members and some of the other residents, white residents or people of European descent. You had greedy railroad companies and
Now her name Princess Sarah Pocahontas Farrell. And they've been saying the Farrells came from the Montauk, that term, that name Farrell. Right? But this is one of the princesses, right? Well, look.
different people who were scheming to take the tribal lands from them. And basically, they were trying to get whatever land rights they had nullified. Okay, they had an agreement for the land where they owned it perpetually, so no one's supposed to be able to take it from them. So what were they doing in this court trying to? What happens? Judge Abel Blackmar declares the entire tribe of Montauk Indians extinct, and he uses race as his basis for the claim. They even point at the chief, and he asks other residents in the area if they know the chief, if they think Chief Pharaoh is
Now think about this, right? So the individuals they had to go to were so-called the modern day colonizers after 1865, right? So they had to go to Europeans to be classified as Indians, but Europeans can be classified as Indians with no problem. They don't even question them. That's how you see how the whole system is. The whole system is to prevent you from going back to your original status. That's the whole system is based on that. They have no problem with none of these Europeans being Indians. No problem. It's just when you try to be an Indian, you are a descendant of an African. And it's niggas like these clowns that be in the chat room they not working with us. They working against us. They're trying to undo everything that we've been putting together. So how would you look at that person? Would you look at that person as a friend, or would you look at them as a fucking foe? And not reading between the lines. And also, remember, well, I'll do that in the middle. I mean, but I'll go back. Y'all already know what the general education consists of. You know what I'm saying? They said we have an ample supply of people to who we yield in their docility to our molding hands. Okay, so you think that they just wrote that shit for nothing? You think that, oh, this is a joke? You think this is a fucking game? This is not no motherfucking game. This is real. This is real shit. How they reclassified us, or how they just start classifying us, and then through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, how do you have a bureau that's basically formulated by Mongoloids and so-called Europeans, and then their whole plan, their whole job, and their whole mission statement is to keep the Negroes out. That's their whole mission statement. We hear judges doing this. We hearing Walter Plecker. And niggas is saying, oh, Walter Plecker just was done in the Virginia. No, every fucking clay state where all these so-called Negro Indians or Negroes is at, they classified as colored. All of them. All of them. All of them. So let's continue, man.
An Indian, and they have these other residents of European descent. Everybody's European descent. They're all like, well, his hair is really kinky. His skin's brown. He's a Negro. He's a mulatto. He's a Negro. You know, everybody's saying this, right? All their quote unquote witnesses, right? And so this is the basis of the claim. The judge declares the tribe extinct. Okay. And he says they've been mixing too much. And, you know, that basically they're just Negroes. And so that these can't be the Indians. All right. And this is the biggest part of that claim. And this is how they took their land from them. And this was happening all.
And you see how they whitewashed everything. They showing you mongoloids amongst the people. Even mongoloids claim Columbus Day when they was nowhere in the Caribbean. They wasn't in the Caribbean. They wasn't among the Pequots or the Powhatans. We already know what the Powhatans look like, but we're gonna go through that again too, right? I guess, right? But dealing with the Pequots, Captain Philip Metacon or whatever the fuck his name is, them warring with the Wapanaki, which they ain't nothing but the same. Nasser Garrett, all them motherfuckers the same. They're warring with them. They sent some of them out, according to what they're saying, to Barbados. I think it was Barbados. I think it was Barbados. For you know what I'm saying? They sent them out, right? And actually, Sister Betty was saying that the brother I just showed, when we went into the the Pequot tribe, he said his family actually was from Barbados. He had family in Barbados and family in Massachusetts. Okay. But we know what the play that was done. And it's by now, if ain't nobody curious about what's going on, meaning that they're a fucking agent. And they're not trying to accept this information. They're not trying to accept this information. They're just trying to dismiss the information and make it seem like we're fucking crazy when these niggas are crazy and they don't have critical thinking. The white man and his general education system is what controls them. These niggas is like on fucking autopilot, or they like an android. They like a fucking android. These people place a consciousness in your mind, and you just use all of the consonants that you learn from them to come up with all of these frivolous and asinine explanations to what the fuck is going on. Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and we're gonna go into the other shit.
All over the country. So, and let me tell you something about that. I mean, like, you guys probably don't care. You don't care about the words or any of this stuff. That's a
And once again, we already know, you know what I'm saying, what civitate motus means. That means blacks. That's the reason why I say blacks was never considered citizens of the United States of America. African Americans, black Negroes are all considered to be civitate motus, which is Latin for dead in the eyes of law. And the 14th Amendment was designated to make artificial persons people controlled by the government. And remember, the 14th Amendment and the 13th Amendment is not talking about you. They're talking about white slaves. Negroes is just so fucking stupid and they don't know this shit. Then they claiming to be this. How can every Negro claim to be when we got millions of black slave owners? We got millions of freemen. How is everybody claiming to be a slave then? When their descendants wasn't even that. Even the ones, listen, all of us can't be slaves because we already got history saying that we had black people who was free already, and we had black slave owners. So where's the descendant of them people? The descendant of them people still saying that they slaves. They still say, because this information that's being promoted or being demonstrated right now is not going by the official narrative. The official, you go against the official narrative, it get challenged. They even send their agents up here like not a coincidence. And if he's not being good in the chat room, please somebody block him. Okay, but However, go all of these agitators that basically want to keep us confused and keep us away from who we are and make us sound like we're fucking crazy. We come up here and we talk this shit every day. We talk this shit with pride and we talk this shit with pride. You know what I'm saying? And we're positive among this information. But other people come in, oh no, you're lying. You're lying. No, you're an agent. You're a fucking agent. You're a fucking agent. And it's like either you're here with us or you're here against us. If you're not here with us, then you are a fucking foe and you're a fucking agent. You see people gathering together trying to do something constructive, and you go over there and interrupt them and try to stop them from doing what's constructive. What the fuck would you call that? That's an agitator. Don't nobody like no agitator. I don't. This ain't about no information or no fucking scholarship. This is about who the fuck we really are. We already got a whole system to challenge. Not less another Negro come in here telling us that we're Africans. So let's continue, man.
Childish way of looking at it, because even taking on that term black, when you look at it from a legal perspective, if you got the black's law dictionary, you can look and see what black means. Black makes you legally dead, you know, civiliter mortis. I mean, if you've had any exposure to Latin, you know, any Latin.
Hey yo, block shot one for me, somebody, please.
It's civilly,
Just for the hell of it, just
it's
because we
civilly
can.
more tools. No, he got sent to the oblivion ASAP. I'm talking about ASAP, my boy.
Thank you, thank you. Because I mean, they're acting like agent. How am I agent? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm working for the people. I'm a light worker at this point in time. So how am I exhibiting any agent behavior? Shot one, nothing genuine about A2. He's full of a yo, block this nigga too. Block not a coincidence, man. Please put him on timeout. Please put no. We gotta treat these niggas. These niggas ain't no friend of mine. They ain't my mother. These ain't my peoples.
Time out. He is 5 minutes. Send the honky hole, nigga.
You understand? I mean, AP is these niggas like okay, we're running up.
Nah, man, these guys are bandits. These guys are outlaws. These guys are degenerate mobs that's going against the righteous in the land of the criminals. You see what I'm saying? That's all.
Bro, we over here trying to teach and trying to learn and trying to come to an understanding, and here it is. We got these agitators and these niggas who wanna come over here and disrupt us while we trying to build and trying to learn about our culture and our existence here in America. If you don't agree with that, then go gather yourself among people who have the same thinking process as you. So shot one, not a coincidence, YK. Y'all niggas need to go ahead and go ahead and talk amongst each other, and y'all keep that shit over there with y'all. You ain't gotta call me an agent, shot one. It's just the fact that you even mention my name with agent or anything, brother. Like at the end of the day, bro, you come up here challenging shit, man. And like I said, I'll try to edify you. I try to give you the answers until you niggas get disrespectful. When you niggas get disrespectful, you gotta go. You gotta go. Ain't no room for that shit no more. We done tolerated this shit too long, bro. We done tolerated it. We done went back and forth with Pan Africans. We done went debated Pan Africans. At some point in time, the show must go on. We got to keep moving without. We don't need these people approval for us to know who we are. Cause it's like sometimes we seek approval amongst them, trying to prove to them that who we are. Nah, fuck that. The days of that shit is over with. That shit is so over with, man. And it's like, you know what? Let me see something. Ah, shit. All right, that's right. That's right. That's right. We trying to build, man. So let's go back. I was dealing with Montauk. So we was here. All right. So boom. Let me see something. Okay. So we was dealing with these people right here. Let me duplicate this and go back out. Boom. So let's pull up images of what the Montauks look like. Okay. So look. So we got this right here, right? Let me see. It's clicked on it. So we got this brother right here, right? This is a fucking Negro, bro. I'm not gonna sit here and play no games or say, "Oh, what's his DNA?" You know how stupid that sounds? And for me to ask this man DNA, oh, so this man DNA could be from Antarctica, right? His DNA could be from Antarctica. He still is a fucking Negro. Period. Look, let's go through some of these images. So these are, they say a rare photo of the Shinnecock Montauk. So I told you the Shinnecock and Montauk tribe together, they're the same fucking people. Now look. Now you see some mulattoes in this picture right here. You do see some mulattoes. Remember, a lot of these Europeans, right, that are part of our tribes are only part of our tribe because these Negroes are swirling with these European women. And you still see the shit today. I just showed you the one of the Wampanoag or one of the Pequot Indian. These niggas got white wives. So they mixing the blood up, making it even more confused. And then when you go ask them and say, well, look, man, what did the original people of this land look like? What did they look like? Oh, well, it was all, man, I don't want to hear that shit. There no white people here, nigga. So don't make no explanation for why white people are in these tribes. The white people are in these tribes because you niggas are swirling with them. And you brought them into the tribes and brought your mixture of Europeans and so-called Aboriginals, and your children came out as a mixture in most cases. So, like, come on, man, we don't need to really play these games, man. What's understood don't need to be explained, man. And it's like, when it comes to this shit, man, it's just too much confusion. When we push a lot of this information, niggas is coming up here challenging. Like, yeah, the gig is up, man. The gig been up, you know what I'm saying, for a long time. So these are more Montauk's. These are more so-called Montauk's right here. Now, of course, the picture is not that clear, but as you can see, that these people standing behind a fucking house with windows and shit in it. Okay, the European didn't build this house, so who built this house for them? So let me see. All right. So look, it's another image. Okay, picture. What the fuck? Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's Pinterest, but somebody took the time out to identify what the people look like. Everything on Pinterest is not pseudo shit. You have to do the research and find out, right? So it's a Montauk woman in an Indian regalia, right? So I don't even have to go because we already know, according to what the Shinnecock look like. According to what the Shinnecock look like. You just heard the brother pull out the court case of the judges saying that these people don't look like Indians or whatever, or these people, like, you know what I'm saying? So like I said, the white man could be an Indian, no questions asked. He could be an Indian. They don't ask no questions. They don't say, oh, you're European. They don't even play them games when it come to them. They only play them games when it come to us. Why is that? Why is that? Ask yourself that question. Okay. So let's move on. We see what the Montauk look like. Let's go ahead. Well, that's even more. Let me see. All right. So look, we already know what the other Lenapes look like because I already showed them, right? But here goes some images. Now look, you see in these Lenny Lenapes do see Negroes. Let me go back to this picture right here, right? They limited on the Negro pictures on these Lenapes. The Lenapes of Pennsylvania, right? So look, look at this guy right here. Hold up. Hold up. Look at this guy right here. Look. Look, you don't see no Mongoloids in us, among none of them. But you see all these Europeans. And ain't nobody questioning that shit. Nobody saying anything about these Europeans being Indians. Nobody have nothing to say about that. No one ain't calling them pretendians, right? So look, let's go back into the video. Let's get here. Go back. Shout out to my brother, Dr. Aline Bay. Hold up. Hold up. Cancel this shit. Let's go back.
Right. For those that don't know, we have our upcoming event, United Washington's Indigenous Peoples Weekend, 3 days of credible information, not incredible, but credible information and supreme knowledge. Reserve your space today, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This is June 17th, 18th, and 19th, which is during the time of what they call Juneteenth weekend. You can go to www.dralimelbay.com and go to the events page or calendar of events and put forth your information there and reserve your space today.
All right. So let's go ahead.
Earth, the registered project number is 21593. On the 7th, that is amazing to me. We have to look at what the ancestors are telling us. In 1993, the United Nations Center for Human Rights recognized the Washington Dagdamanya Morne, or Empire, as the oldest indigenous group of people on Earth. The registered project number is 21593.
So for anybody got any doubts of that, the registered project number of in 1993, the United Nations Center for Human Rights recognized the Washita, the Dog Damanya Moorish Empire. That's what the empress called it, right? Is known or recognized as the oldest indigenous group of people on the earth. So the oldest group of people, indigenous people on the earth, is in America. Just let that. Oh, they lying. Oh, I don't believe that. Oh, no, that don't fit my narrative. So I gotta defend this. They're lying. And these niggas will pull up some other shit by some crackers who slandering them, and then stand on that. That's like a white black supremacist, man. You niggas in the chat room who going against this information, you niggas ain't nothing but black hate Ku Klux Klan members, man. You niggas is white black supremacists. I mean white black supremacists. That's exactly who y'all are, because y'all push this information, and that's what we're gonna start recognizing you niggas as going forward. Period.
So, do the United States have to recognize us? Well, if you have a seat at the United Nations, which is 21593, and ours is 2421 IPO, the United States signed on to the United Nations, then that means they will have to be aware of the treaties which are on record at the United Nations concerning Washington. So who is saying that they don't recognize who? Because I'm hearing that from the lower courts, the kangaroo courts. That's not coming from the higher up boys, alphabet boys. In fact, when that fool went crazy down in Baton Rouge back in 2016, Cosmo, shooting up 5 cops and killing one, Brother Jackson, who just had a newborn baby, and he was a brother. And the crazy part is that he was Washington.
And let me say this: that incident that happened, a lot of niggas saying that that nigga was an agent. I know there's no way to prove it, but we could always speculate that that was done to make the to put um a negative stereotype among the Washita people. That's why that was done, and that was some agent shit. Cause ain't nobody that the way that that whole shit happened. That shit seemed like it was something that was put together. It was organized. It was a drill. They always saying that any time any of this shit happens, always a fucking drill. Oh, that was a drill when that happened, or whatever. And like I said, you never know none of these people, so you never know if any of these people can come up with a production and make a production of some shit using real people, and you're sitting there believing these people. I don't believe none of these people. I know these people are demonic, so I don't believe none of this shit that I see. None of it. I don't believe nothing. The only thing I can fucking believe is what I'm living right now. That I just woke up this morning, the objects and the material and the products or the furniture I have here, pots, pans, and all of the other furniture that goes into the house. And what I'm doing throughout my daily travels, talking to the Aborigines, y'all already know what it is, right? So I'm gonna play some more. Let me play some more of that.
What happened was on the news, Don Lemon, there was a FBI negotiator, advisor. I can't remember his name right now. However, Don Lemon asked him about him being affiliated with the Washita. And he looked at him like, the Washita are 11 people. We have to show you because it is important for us to have an understanding of what is really going on and the theft of your inheritance, not just in Africa as they posing Europeans to be Egyptians, or they posing in the land of Canaan, which is Levant, as being Jewish or Jews posing to Jewish or
So like what he's saying right now, right? He's saying all everywhere you look, white people is controlling history. They are all these people. Just like I was telling who the fuck I was telling last night that the Romans never existed. And nigga, oh, fucking D Red. This nigga, and shout out to D Red, man. You know what I'm saying? We got love for him, man. But you know, he's caught up with the European narrative, man. The Europeans write these books and you believe, and then the Europeans who wasn't here was able to go back and reconstruct the history and say everything verbatim and you believe it and you're
Hey,
not
one, that's why I was asking everybody to do they have their own thought. And when I asked them these questions, I learned how critical it is that they don't even have their own thought. They can't even formulate their own thought. The only thought they can ponder up is someone else's, and that's alarming to me.
what does that make you though, AP?
A slave of the mental death, man.
There it is right there. Look, listen. So Europeans got they got the hand in writing history. And in their hand of writing history, just like Dr. Alain Bay say, no, doc, he's not a PhD, but I consider him a doctor according to his years and years and years and years and years of putting this research out there that people who don't fuck with Moors would never know none of this shit. The other brother I just played was a Moor too, talking about the Montauk's. They're not confused about a Moor and an Indian. They're not saying that they from nowhere else. They're saying that we the same fucking people. That's a whole nother story though, right? Go check out some of Eileen Bay videos dealing with this shit. Because you can learn some additional information. He had a lot of information, a lot of archaeology finds, a lot of good information that you could take and you could jog down for your personal documents to prove this history that we trying to prove. Okay, so like AP just was saying, I asked D Red yesterday. D Red talking about Julius. Julius Caesar never fucking existed, bro. got a book called Fake Artifacts, and I'm gonna pull it up. I'm not gonna pull up on this one, but next time I go through it, I will pull it up, and I will go. We're gonna go through the book, and I'm gonna show you all of these so-called buses of all these so-called fake Romans that was just created in 1960.
Yeah, they lied about all these stories and made it, oh, Caesar went to Egypt and took out. No, that shit is all made up, and they trying to explain how they stole all our artifacts and trying to displace it. They try to make it older than what it is. This shit happened after the 60s.
Remember what the European was saying about Pompeii? And he was saying that the Roman Empire never existed. I was trying to get you back on, but I guess the live stream was canceled at that point in time. Just to clarify that with D-Red.
No, yeah, because when you get into actual records, when you get into the actual documents, not what mainstream have alluded to based off of biblical narrative, Pompeii, the whole story of Pompeii is screwed up. It has a timeline that has been jumbled around. The whole story is literally been projected to an older time than what it alluded to. They say when it exploded at 79 AD. That's a lie. We have documented records, cartography, archaeology, and maps that prove that Pompeii was still around all the way up to the 1600s. And that it couldn't have went destroyed until after the 1600s. Because you know why? Because in Italy, right, we have a account from a Raphael something. I forget his name. Raphael something. He wrote a book about 2 eyewitnesses that he interviewed or talked to that seen Pompeii erupt in 1600s. You see what I'm saying? And when you get into certain things like when you just get into the whole artwork, the whole Roman Renaissance, the whole history is screwed up. The timeline is not accurate. And once you look at the data and you compare it to the timeline that they give you, it's off tremendously. So Rome didn't exist when you thought it exists. Pompeii didn't exist when you thought it exists. So this moves your whole biblical narrative. Because if Pompeii didn't go extinct into the 1600s, that means your whole Jesus Christ and all these little stories you hear are happening in the 1500s. That's critical.
Man, listen. Like this, like I said, I'm just gonna jump real here. I'm just gonna show what we talking about, but I'm gonna get back into the bill. We probably gonna rock out for about 2 more hours anyway. So definitely hit the like button. Definitely share the video if you can. Definitely support support the content if you can as well. Okay, so look, so I was showing yesterday, right? So this is so-called. We read this. Another Black Knight noble of the Holy Roman Empire of Germany, founded in 800 AD by Charlemagne, who is purposely falsely identified as Saint Maurice. Now he's saying that this is Charlemagne right here. That's what I was trying to nonetheless yesterday. But however it go, you know what I'm saying, nonetheless it's caught up with his research. But they saying that this is Charlemagne right here, right? Now, I know other people who don't believe in none of this. Oh, that's not Charlemagne. Oh no, look, nigga, go through all this shit just to prove that you was a slave and you was some primitive people and you was this individual right here, right? You was him.
I asked not a coincidence yesterday. I said, "How do you think about this based off of the data?" He said, "Oh no, I don't have a thought. I never thought about it." What? You don't have a fucking thought? That is wild. That is crazy to me. These niggas are like coons.
Yeah, look. These are these niggas' ancestors right here. Look. He tried to escape, and the black man tried to make him go like he gonna go tell on him.
Yeah, that's not a coincidence. He caught up. Trying to be Indians. That nigga he tried to get us.
He trying to convince we slaves.
Mud floor.
Look.
I used to eat what the pigs won't eat. You was mine to turn into a good nigga.
Yeah, they want us to be good niggas.
Be a good nigga.
You go running off and everything I got, everything I worked for, and it ain't much. It'll all be gone.
Philly want me to stay?
Look, that's not a coincidence right there, y'all. Look.
Can't stay now, not with them broke off chains. Oh, You done it to now.
Look,
You done it. So you got to go right now. Tonight. Ain't gonna see you with them leg irons broke like that. And go hard with you. You come? No. It's too cold and I'm too old. How?
and once again, let me just put this out there as a disclaimer. This is a false reenactment of your ancestors, right? But it's not, it's only false according to us. But according to Not a Coincidence, he think all of these are actual events that took place. He think this is a real live, this is a real live, true, real life reenactment of what took place, right? Until we see that there's millions of black slave owners and there's millions of black freemen. Make fucking sense of it. Because everybody who think that they're a slave, even if you do your genealogy, you find out free people. Just by default, you think that you are ancestors of slaves. Even when they show you your people weren't slaves, you still claiming it. You still racist.
No. They got them records wrong. My people were slaves. Y'all crazy. We came from Africa. Y'all gonna just say that my ancestors didn't get beat? Like they be saying some more victimhood shit. I be tired of this whining and complaining. And they say it with the utmost conviction. You see what I'm saying? Like they'll argue with you for hours about how they were slaves and how white people was never slaves. They was the good people.
Every contention point, every point you make, you show something. Look, so this is what A1 pulled up, and look, this is what it says right here. This is what this says right here. Nigga, do you know who wrote this? The same minds of the same people who said that they was the Egyptians, that saying that the Jews, who saying that they Indians. Look right here. Look. Look at this nigga right here. And this is the Lenape. Look at this nigga right here, man.
Man, that
he look ridiculous.
Cold. Yeah. Stone cold.
This shit is ridiculous, man. This shit is ridiculous, my dude. And this is what they don't have no problem with letting them be Indians, but when it come to your ass, for some reason, and remember, just for this, because we always like a lot of this shit right here was already done, but we gotta kind of go back into it because people seem to be forgetting about this shit, right? Hold on, my computer is not responding, so just give me a second. We're gonna go back into it. Well, you see how that motherfucker looked it right there, man. And then they go straight European, straight Slavic, man. And he out here dancing around with the feathers on. And like I said, they put these people in place to question your true or how much. It ain't nothing worse than a nigga having 1/31st of Indian ancestry, brother. You know how ridiculous that is?
Y'all got 1/16.
What? That's 1 out of 16 people. Like that's one out of 16 people, but 1 out of 1/31st is 1 out of every 31 people, bro. 31 is the whole, and the percentage is 1. You understand what I'm saying? So look, American once again. American, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races, right? Period. Comma. Found here by Europeans, right? Found here by Europeans, right? So how the fuck could this nigga right here be an Indian? Look, how can any of them be Indians? Because they found the copper-colored people here. So then the copper-colored people.
Man, that's Chuck Liddell, man. You tripping.
Man, look, copper-colored races. Copper color. This is copper color, not this shit, not this reenactment shit right here, right? Are these people playing Indians? These people are playing Indians, man. And it's like I said, it's the agents out here who promote and who constantly come over here and have all of these disagreements with us while we trying to really teach our people. Look at this shit. This shit is ridiculous. And there's nothing you can say to sit here and make any explanation to why these people not being challenged, why they allow them to be Indians and they ain't got no problem. And nobody saying, well, look, because you could easily put them on the spot saying, look, white people supposedly came here as the colonizers, but we know that white people were slaves. So how are you Indian? Oh, because my so-called 10th grandmother was an Indian. Oh, okay. Interesting. Your
No, it's
10th
because they are the
Indian was
slaves
your
that
10th
ran
grand.
to these Indian tribes. They are the slaves that ran to these Indian tribes. And some of you niggas held them in and mixed
That's
and
a fact.
amalgamated. That's just how it went.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. There was no Native Americans around here, man. If you look at a motherfucker like Angela
That's a
Yee,
fact,
you
right?
you would think she looked like a Native American.
Yep. But she Asian and Negro mixed. That's
Right,
the explanation for why she looked the way she looked. And the Negro is the Aborigine. Okay,
right.
copper color. We don't see no copper. So where the copper colored people go? If the copper colored people the same complexion as the Africans, well, look.
Who was at the Choctaw chief on the left?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me play. I'm gonna play a
I
little bit.
seen his face before. I had an argument with him before.
Well, yeah, look.
So here,
Hold up. Straight
this is
white
the
man.
chief of the Cherokee Nation. At least it was. His name is Bill John Baker, born in Cherokee County, Oklahoma.
Look, it say he graduated from Tahlequah. Tahlequah. You know what I mean? Women I know with that name, Tahlequah.
I went to school with at least two of them.
Tahlequah. Come on, brother. So Tahlequah High School. Come on, man.
And you know his ass didn't fit in.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So you know his ass didn't fit in at no damn Tahlequah High School. Looking
Bro,
like that.
he was descendants of Slavics, slaves that was brought here. And these niggas is doing everything possible to basically disapprove that these people were slaves. They're even calling you slave. So these people, they do face on, face off, right? So face on, oh, we the Indians, we the Egyptians, we the Jews, we all these people, right? Face off. Y'all niggas are slaves. Y'all niggas was enslaved all these years. Y'all niggas ain't create nothing. When we came here, y'all had teepees, fucking wine pots. Y'all was living in the fucking woods. Y'all was boiling water in whatever makeshift pot or pottery. Even though you find pottery in America for fucking thousands of years, but somehow these people are still put they're still looked at as primitive or whatever. And none of these people can recognize. Wait a minute. As long as I know, my family lived in a house. I never seen none of the people who we claim Indians that's practicing outside of some of the garb that they showing, which that like in some cases, a lot of that shit we wasn't even really even wearing like that. Right? But look at your boy right here.
4 generations. Where was they at before the 4 generations? Oh, I know where they were. Ireland. Of mixed ethnicity.
In Ireland.
Yeah, he was in Ireland.
Okay.
But here,
you talking about that pale man?
yes, I'm talking about one and the same.
Okay.
Yeah. So of mixed ethnicity, like many Cherokee citizens, he is 1/32, which is only 3.1%.
So wait a minute. So 1/32, right? Is 3.1% Cherokee, right? So this nigga got 3.1% Cherokee, right? But he's the chief. So where's the real Indians at? They couldn't find a real Indian to let him be the chief. So where would the real Indians? This is how you know that this shit is all fake. Because they have real Indians out there that they claim is real Native Americans. I ain't talking about us, the Aborigines. I'm talking about the pseudo mongoloid blend people, right? They got them actual people out there. So why ain't none of these people, none of the chiefs and none of these tribes, bro? The Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Cherokee, the Seminole. Why ain't none of these people the chiefs and none of these people? They have plenty of Indians to where these people can claim to be a chief. So why the fuck they had to go find a European who got 3.1% Cherokee in his blood? This shit is ridiculous, man. And it's niggas, like I said, niggas that keep us from learning this shit right here is the real agents, man.
That's it. And he's the chief, as I spoke about last week. Well, I had 17% just Lumbee alone. That's not talking about the Mexican, the Miswak. That's not talking about the Cherokee. That's not talking about the Choctaw. That's not talking about any of the other native indigenous tribes in which that is in my bloodline. Just one of my bloodlines. Just one. Lumbee, 17% crushes this, 3.1%. Wow. But yet we're not indigenous from this land, but yet he's the freaking chief of the Cherokee with only 3.1%? Oh boy.
You know that's false.
Yeah. Here goes some more chiefs. Look at them.
These niggas dressing up as
But
Indians,
yet
man.
you can't be a chief because
See?
you don't look Native American to me. But yet we got more Native American blood than they do, and they're chiefs. And we're not even part of a goddamn tribe that's federally recognized or state recognized.
Your ass been put on, how do I want to say, a concrete reservation known as the projects and known as these motherfucking housing authority complexes that they put up and give them to you subsidy, right? But meanwhile, the real Indians is living in the ghettos and living in, some of us living in poverty, some of us is not living in poverty. But the majority of us, I ain't gonna say the majority, because you look at the labor force statistics, you see among black people, like how much they make annually and how many Negroes make over 100,000, etc. Right? But however it go, right? When you deal with this right here, right? So they couldn't find no other chiefs except some white people, right? Because they've been placed there by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, bro. This shit been constructed, bro. These people ain't no Indians. You can't prove that. How you? I don't even believe he 1/32%. I don't even believe that because I don't believe in DNA. So how would you prove that? Show me your ancestors and show me the Indian in your family. Show me the ancestor. And when they show it to you, they're gonna show you some mix, half white, half black person, and they're gonna say that that's an Indian. When we know better than that, they telling you Luzia, right? Who was found in Brazil was a Mongol. There was no Mongols in Brazil. There's no Mongols in Brazil. Now there's Mongols in the Yucatan or the Yucatan Peninsula, right? But we know that them people came later on, and them people was put into slavery according to the Mendoza codexes and these other codexes that these people put together. And we see the melanated copper color aborigines putting these people in custody. We see it, but we still sit up there and just, that's not a Negro. That's not a Negro. That's not a Negro. That's not a Negro. Well, this is not an Indian right here. The two people that they showing up on the screen, with the third one being the Cherokee, these niggas are not Indians, brother. They are not Hey, look, once again, and this is just basic work right here. This ain't nothing. This ain't even. This is a light. Well, no, this is a heavyweight jam, but this is lightweight. Well, I ain't gonna say it's lightweight information. It's heavyweight information, right? So once again, a native of America originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races, comma, found here by Europeans, nigga. So where are these American Aborigines and these copper-colored races? They're in the ghettos. They being told that they're African, among like these niggas, these Negroes that come up on a panel who's always dispute. Oh, that was a slave. His ancestor was. You know how foolish you sound. You know how foolish you sound when you got people up here giving you real information. You're not even considering the information. You're just going by what you believe. The days of that shit is over with, man. As long as I'm around, the days like nigga come up here with contention, you come up here and ask a question for now on. And mute your mic after you ask the question. Once we answer the question, we're not going back into no further arguments. If you accept it, you accept it. We're gonna move on from there. But we know goddamn well that these two individuals are not copper colored. But according to they killed off all, yeah, they killed them all off by classifying you as colored. You're right. They did kill. They killed us off mentally. They mentally killed us. They sent us to a mental death, just like AP just said, a mental death. And the people who can't catch on to this, they're still mentally dead.
which is fine. We don't have to be. This is the reason why the Empress never wanted us to be federalized and state recognized. It wasn't necessary, since we are the ones who recognize them as the Moorish Empire. The remnants of the Moorish Empire recognize the United States.
Like I said, if you don't agree with the Moorish concept, that's cool. I'm not here to push that on nobody. But at the end of the day, this information that he's showing is pertaining to the Aborigines. If you don't know how to substitute the term Moor, add it to the history that a lot of these brothers out here putting, then like I don't know what to tell them. But I'm not here to force nobody to understand my understanding. I'm just putting the information out there, and you resonate towards it, then that's cool. Okay, but just to go back, I don't know, AP, you still with me?
Yeah, I'm here, Big Brody.
So look. So in this KKK, I just pulled this up, and this is not to connect the Moors or none of this other stuff. It's just to show you, according to their history, what they was doing. And you have to be critical about everything. Everything they telling you right is wrong. Everything that's wrong is right, right?
Right.
So hold up, let me go back. Let me wait to load up. Like I said, it's a lot of history in America that these people don't want you to know. And then they even use these niggas got so many different plays for your motherfucking mind, nigga, to the point to where you cannot sit back and take any of that information. We challenging this information, you have to challenge everything because you can't trust nothing. You damn sure can't trust their history. Can't trust none of their history. Hatred of black people. If these people hated us so much, then why the fuck would they let all these black slave owners? Because these people just got freed from the Civil War. They just got freed. They were slaves here. They were slaves.
Decades, always managing to reinvent itself. It's a secret society of white supremacists that preaches hatred.
Look, AP. Even though it's a white man in black face, it's a white man in black face as a brother
That's
put out
exactly.
there.
I look like Tahaka Bay a little bit.
Yeah, that nigga do like Tiger Bay, right? They pulled the fez out this nigga's shirt. He was hiding his fez, nigga. He was hiding. I don't know what that's about. I'm not putting no explanation to this
Yeah,
picture.
that was strange. I just want y'all to ponder on that.
That's definitely some strange activity. They're gonna lynch this man because he had a fez. Okay? So I don't know what that's about. I don't know why they doing that. I don't know what the situation is. Because remember, they supposed the Moors is working with them. So it's like, nah, like we have to kind of understand that it's a lot of shit going on that people don't understand, that our family members don't fucking know. They can tell you, yeah, who your ancestors is, but you have to do historical research and you have to cross-reference and decipher and decode that historical information that you get. You cannot take none of this shit face value. None of it, because they done lied about everything. So Let's go back real quick. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and I got another video I'm gonna run into. But just understand this.
To the United States of America. America is not of the United States. One have a higher position, a more superior position, and that is the Moorish Empire. And this is what we push. Myself and Chief of Research was talking about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and he brought up a topic about the Moors in the White Gold book, which I showed in class before. I think it's by Michael Hoffman, in which that talked about specifically how the Moors treated the Europeans when we had them enslaved. Chief of Research, you want to tell the group what happened?
So look, real quick, right? Let me just I mean, listen, like I said, I mean, since he talking about Moors, I'm just add some commentary to that, right? He talking about the Moors and how the Moors had the Europeans enslaved. So maybe that's the reason why that nigga was hiding that fez. Maybe that's the reason why he was hiding that fez. You know what I'm saying? Because of how they treated these Europeans, how they was taking the women, mating with the women, and then a lot of these niggas they was putting in dungeons. And I'm not, slavery is wrong for anybody. And we're catching karma right now for what we done. Now, I don't know, go figure that shit out, whatever, but we're catching karma just on the basis of what was done, of dealing with these European Slavs, man. We're catching karma, okay? And like I said, he just said how they, Michael, and he's saying Michael Hoffman. Shout out to Michael Hoffman for coming through with the truth.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm still laughing at that, but it's not funny. But yeah, it says when we had them in captive, we would work them so hard to where they barely had a chance to eat bread. And then we would whoop them so bad to where if they complained, we would whoop them again to give them new scars to get over from having old scars that they was complaining about.
Damn. Say that one more time.
Yeah, it said that when they complained about their scars and the hard work that they had to do, we would whoop them again so they could forget about their old scars and give them new scars.
Now look, the other day when I just showed you the Europeans that was brought here, we mentioned the child, and like I said, rest in peace to that child. I'm not trying to laugh about the situation, because if we thought it was bad for us, then it's bad for anybody. So us as nobles and us as gods and goddesses, we have to have some type of understanding to that, right? But we read about an individual who got 500 lashes. Now, not a coincidence will come in and say that was your ancestors, but the actual article itself is saying that they're Europeans. Now, like I said, what kind of agent white black supremacy shit is that? You understand what I'm saying? Now he's talking about how they was getting these lashes, and that they would complain about it, they get their ass whooped again. Now, like I said, I'm not saying that that's right and exact to treat any organism like that, whether it's a animal, whether it is a mankind, or whether it is a homunculus, or whether it is a hybrid, or whether it is someone who was genetically created to do that particular work. But this will show you through the KKK video what I just showed you, the reason why that shit rose up after 1865. Why wasn't the KKK doing all this shit to Negroes prior to that? Because these people just got fucking free, bro. That's the only explanation. That's the only thing you can think of. Because the motherfucker I just pulled up, Antoine Doublick, who was one of the wealthiest men in the South. He was one of the wealthiest men in the South. And they said he was even richer than his white neighbors. So why the KKK ain't going in and lynch him? Because it had to be a system that was basically being secured by our people to prevent that from happening. And after 1865, when they freed all these people had nothing to lose. That's the reason why they was able to run up in your town. Like, they had nothing to lose. They had nowhere to go after they was released from the plantations. They was homeless. They had nowhere to go. But meanwhile, these people doing this, that we could look and see that these people ain't had nowhere to go. But then right after slavery, you see, you don't see a large population of Negroes who was homeless. You don't see that. You see, right after slavery, niggas went right in, according to them, to be governors, to do all of this. How? According to what they've been teaching us. I know how, because them people was never slaves. So let's continue, man.
Yeah, true.
But what did that mean to you, God, when you read that?
Man, that mean that shit, it, like just
It means
not him. Yeah, go ahead.
when we had them enslaved.
Right.
Yeah, when
Yeah, I
we
mean,
beat their ass. The scars you're talking about. Scars from us.
But now you realize why they had to switch up history and say that they brought all of us here in order to give us the mind state, the mental state of inferiority.
Well, sister earlier said that's a lie. What's her name? Dr. Mumbi Saraki, Kenya. She said that a lot of y'all coming over to Ghana and everything, but the truth of the matter is, you all are the true Native Americans over there, not Africans. She said, we're not Africans. That was the day. She said, we're not Africans. She said, I'm not getting nothing against you. You know, you're welcome to come over here if you like, But a lot of people from America wrote me and told me, and they're not coming over here. They're going to build on their own country over there in the Americas. I said, wow. The sister said she just wanted to share that with us. But, no, a lot of y'all not from here.
Shout out to Brother L. Brother L talking about, he just said, he dealing in Guyana or Ghana, saying that y'all not Africans. Y'all are the original Aborigine. I don't say, Native American. We use that just for, sometimes we throw that, but the original Aborigines or Autochthons of this land. Okay? Now, with all this being said, all of this shit is a lie, and we're the ones misunderstanding, and we're the ones confused or whatever, right? Yeah, all right.
Sure did.
And real quick, I went in yesterday, right? And we showed, boom, go back here. Give me a second, it's loading up. All right, so look. The Cherokee Nation acknowledges that the descendants of people once enslaved. Now, I just told you niggas, right? I just told you niggas. Who had us enslaved? What Indians had us enslaved? There was no Mongoloid. There was no Mongols in the Southeast. There was no Mongols in Mississippi, Louisiana, none of them places. So who had these people enslaved? Or is this a story that they created to disenfranchise these people from claiming to be the original people of the tribes? That's why you have to kill a slave narrative. You have to kill that black people already been in America. That's the only way you're going to be able to stand on any of this shit. Because once that's conclusive, then that it's no more. It's no more hearsay until that is fully proven. And like I said, these people, and they already know. They hid all of the artifacts. They got all of this shit. All of the images. Look, if we can find images, what you think they got? What you think they actually got? If we could find all this research and all this resources, what about the shit that they really hiding from you? Right? So, acknowledge descendants of people once enslaved by tribes should also qualify as Cherokees, right? Now look, now I'm sorry, but you know, even these individuals, they're lost. They're lost. Okay, this lady got a sign up saying the chief is my cousin's cousin. Now I don't know if that time they talking about that European baker or whatever, but at the end of the day, these people is saying that the original people of America, Aborigines, are copper colored races. Okay, we went over yesterday what's copper color, right? Let me see. Is it in this one? No, let me go back, guys. In this one, look. So the copper colored people, right? The original so-called Indians, they not recognized as Indians, right? They recognized as some goddamn slaves, right? But then meanwhile, right? In fact, I'm gonna start it from right here. And then meanwhile, we see whole tribes of people like this claiming that they're Indians, right? Now we seeing this all over. I started in Massachusetts, but I'm gonna end it in Florida. I'm gonna end it in the Florida regions, right? We've been rocking for 2 hours, man. Everybody hit that like button, share the video, support the content if you can. Definitely appreciate it. Um,
Yeah, man, definitely support the channel, man. You already know all Aboriginal platforms, man. Support it with the $5 challenge, man. So support Big A1, his channel, all his PayPal and Cash App information is ticking across at the bottom of the screen. Support the brother, man. Support the brother, man.
so as you see, these are also the Wapanaki, right? These are all Negroes, with the exception to her. She probably a Negro too, but I don't know what she's probably mixed with or whatever. Because everybody else, look, you can look at them and see these are Negroes. Okay, and like I said yesterday, the chief actually has a tilt to his feathered crown. He has a tilt. You know how niggas be wearing their Yankee hats and their fitted hats tilted and shit. This nigga rock. Look how he rocking this shit with a suit on. And he got a three-piece suit on too. Look, look at the OG in the middle right there. If he knew a nigga like Not a Coincidence was going to basically disframe his ancestors, man, I don't know what he would have done to you, Not a Coincidence. You see how this man looking? He don't look like he playing no games, neither. He look dead motherfucking serious. See how these people looking? They looking for you, not a coincidence. Look how they looking. They're like, we gonna deal with you, nigga. You want to keep on disframing our people and keep on saying we were slaves when this man right here got the feather crown on with a three-piece suit, and the rest of the sisters, look, these are all Negroes. These are Wapanaki. Now I showed you the different mixes. We know white people are not indigenous to this land. So if I don't see no looking Negro, then I would have to assume that these are the copper color races that the 1828 definition of the word America is talking about.
Right. That's what Paul Cuffey mama would have looked like, one of these specimens.
And his father, because there wasn't no Europeans mixing with Europeans was not messing with no Aboriginal women like that. The woman is the matriarch. They wasn't letting no Europeans mate with them like that. All that shit came later on. And like I told you, they created the Racial Integrity Act because Negroes was these Aboriginal men was mixing with these so-called Europeans. This is what they created the. If the Racial Integrity Act was created because white men was messing with what, they wouldn't even created that shit. They wouldn't have gave a fuck. But they cared because we was mixing with them. Okay, so you see the brother right here. You know these people looking for you, not a coincidence. So I'm just telling you, my dude. I'm sorry, brother, but they looking for you. All right. Grandma looking for you too. Look, and like I
She
said,
might, she might pop your ass, Bunny Grip.
grandma gonna pop the shit out of your ass when she catch you, nigga. These people gonna beat you up in the dream world first to try to make you try to tell you to stop telling these lies, and they gonna deal with you in the third dimensional world. Okay? All you niggas. Lucky, you, Shy, YK the Truth, Garfield, Jabari, Sinetta, all of these niggas who promoting this goofy ass we're Africans. Okay? She's looking for you. And like I said, she's probably 100 plus. She's probably 100 plus at this point in time. Okay? When we get in the copper color, this is what we talking about right here. These is what the people phenotypes and ethnicity and race would have looked like, or their complexion, right? This is what their complexions would have went from. Brown, brown to red. This is red. Red is brown. Okay? So when they say copper color races, they're not talking about these niggas right here. They're not talking about the Europeans that they get showed. Them Europeans were Slavics, man. But let's continue.
And this would explain on the reason why Ramadan ibn Wati is a so-called Negro. And more, who's fighting during the Civil War. Who's there during the Civil War? Why did Cherokee don't?
And if you really want me to do it, I can go into it and show you that these people were speaking the Waddle, and they also was comparing the Cherokee on the Aniyawiya to the Phoenicians. They were saying that they spoke Phoenician. They had Phoenician languages that they found. And the word Atlan is a Nahuatl word as well. When you see that AL or AT, I'm sorry, the AT, that AT is Nahuatl. That's Nahuatl. When you look up how Nahuatl is conformed, I mean, I gotta do a build on that some other time, but you look it up yourself.
I'll tell you about this.
And guess what, Alicia's? We both Choctaw. I found out that our ancestors, then a lot of our ancestors fought on the side of the Confederacy.
Right.
Yep. Tell a lot of our people that they're like, huh? Yeah.
Now hold on, look at this map right here. Okay, now I'm not saying that this map is entirely right and exact, because I know that the Micmac are the Powhatans, right? I know the Micmacs are the Powhatans, right? The Micmacs all the way up here in Canada, right? But they'll tell you that they got a cave, or they got Micmac hieroglyphics in Virginia. Now, let me see something. I do happen to have something dealing with them. Let me see something. Since we moving around, so we showing the different aboriginals throughout the southeast, like the map showed. All right, so look, these are the baskets, right? It's saying baskets of black Nova Scotians, right? But they're dealing with the Micmac, right? They only became Nova Scotian when they changed a lot of these people classifications, right? So if you look among the people of South Carolina, they was making baskets like the people in Africa. No. That's still our shit too. The basket making is our shit too, nigga. It ain't come from no goddamn Africa, right? So let me see something real quick. I gotta scroll. I'm gonna show you exactly. These are some of the baskets they making. And like I said, if you get into the history, they wasn't called Micmacs. They would have been the descendants of the Algonquin or the Powhatan, which all of them, even the Nassau Garrett and all of them would have been Powhatan as well, right? Let me see if I can find an image real quick through here. And they got records in here too. Like I did a build on this a couple years back or whatever. But these are, and they're in Halifax. So you got also images of other Indians or Negroes in Halifax before these people was even took in there. But that's a whole nother story, right? Let me see something. So look, this is the sister right here. Boom.
Make sure y'all hit that like button, support the channel, man. It's Cash App and PayPal information at the bottom of the screen. Big A1 is going to fuck in. He ain't even got cracking yet.
That's a fact, right? So her name is Irene Selena Sparks Drummond. Damn, she got a long name. Irene Selena Sparks Drummond. And her guarding a Cherry Brook, date and photographer unknown. It's a Nova Scotia museum. Okay? Look. Nancy Mildred Drummond Lucas of Lucasville with her granddaughter Rosalind Drummond. It's saying East Preston. This is in August 1990, right? I mean 1990, right? Look, look. Edith Irene Drummond Clayton of East Preston, weaving baskets in her home in 1985, right? It's saying where whatever this photo, whatever, right? Okay. Got more images of them. Basket makers of East Preston. Pam Drummond is saying Wall, Esther Drummond, Dolly Drummond, and Clara Clayton Golf. Golf. Okay, this is taken in 1990. These are the Micmacs right here. Okay, they got a lot of stuff. Now look, they try to say that this shit right here, this is all some bullshit right here, because a lot of this shit was put together, but that's a whole nother story, man. I could easily prove to you that the Micmacs was Negroes, they are the Powhatans, and they would have been the Algonquins. But through this whole book of basket weaving, and we can see the same basket weaving being conducted among all of the Aborigines, not just in South Carolina or up here in Halifax, Nova Scotia, right? But also everywhere. We could also connect it. But that's just a whole nother thing. I just want to show and prove on that right there. We're going to go back to the video right here, right? But just look at the map. So you got the Micmacs right here, right? And then you got all of these tribes that they said reside in the Hopi, the Navajo, the Algonquin, the Navajo. Now, like I said, I don't subscribe to a lot of these tribes up here, the Hopi, because the Hopi is from over here. The Hopi would have been like in the plains, but that's a whole nother story, right? But when you go down Algonquin, remember the Algonquin would have been all of this shit right here. Algonquin, Muskogee, you know what I'm saying? All the way. Look how many states the Cherokees are in, according to this map. According to this map, look how many states the Cherokees are in. They're in Texas. I don't know what this is right here. I think that this is Mississippi above Texas, or no, Louisiana right here. And this is Mississippi. I think this might be Oklahoma. So you got South Carolina, no, North Carolina, South Carolina, right? Or yeah, South Carolina. Then you got Georgia. Then you got I don't know what's after Georgia. I think it's Alabama. I think this would be Alabama down in this area right here. And then you notice at the bottom it got Muskogee for the tribes that was in Florida right here. But Muskogee would have been all of these so-called people. All these people have been classified as Muskogee. The areas that you see are just areas. These are not tribes or names of the actual people. Okay, and I'm not saying don't, when you do your research, if you find that, make sure you keep that in mind. That yeah, it may say your people was Cherokee, but your people would have been Muskogee Aborigines. You know what I'm saying? According to my research.
Yes, James Cooper.
Greetings, Brother James.
How you doing?
All right. So as you see on this map, you see the largest tribe is Cherokee. The largest tribe is Cherokee. Through
Right.
here, as we say, Maryland, Delaware, which are the places of the Lenape, meaning that the Lenape in them are also Cherokee, which would be the Olmecs. You see down into South Carolina, Tennessee, West Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi,
Excuse me.
Minnesota, Missouri, Kansas, Texas. These are the areas in which that shows the Cherokee connection. But they have gone under many different other names or titles. We know that the Muskogee, who are the Creek, the Seminoles, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, and the Cherokee, or the so-called 5 civilized tribes. These so-called 5 civilized tribes in treaty consist of the largest branch of Native Americans, Moors. This is before the 1900s, of course.
Now look, I'm gonna say it again to anybody who probably just came in. I'm not pushing no Moorish doctrine or no Moorish science temple information on you, but Dr. Eileen Bay has went through the trouble to basically show us a lot of this Aboriginal information in which he claims to be Lumbee and Washita as well, as saying he's a more all in the same. So go figure that shit out. I don't know. I mean, I know what it means, but to anybody who's on the outside looking, and that's a whole nother story. We dealing with an observation of the American Aborigines, or the Aborigines of America. Okay, so let's continue.
Because as we've seen, by the time we get into the 1900s, what they did, and I can tell you this personally, because I was told this by my sociologist professor in college, that the sociologists around the time of the 1900s was trying to put the Chinese people in a category, and the category which they chose was Native American. Now that makes sense, because some of the Native Americans that came down after 8,300 years ago from the Bering Strait, and you had the Inuit.
And let me correct that too. I don't believe in the Bering Strait, okay? And I'm not saying I agree with everything Dr. Eileen Bay is saying, but he's on point about a lot of shit. So like I said, chew the meat, spit the bones out, please.
The Eskimos, and it came down into the interior of Washington State, down into Oregon, down into the middle portions, become the Plain Indians, as they're called. Then you had those who came from China on ships that arrived around 1479 AD to Mexico, and mixed in with the Olmecs there to produce what we now call the Mayans population. When you go to any of these particular places and you look at the features, you will find that they're Oriental. Unless you come to the south along the eastern seaboard and then along the northern board and then into California, you will find darker features, as those from California will have more features of the Pacific people, those who came from the islands of the Pacific, Australia as the Aborigines, Tonka, Hawaii, all these various islands had dark skinned people, Papua New Guinea, etc., etc.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I'm gonna go right here. Go deal with this right here.
First, cited in Kenneth Porter, The Negro on the American Frontier. The Negro on the American Frontier. This, you may be assured, is a Negro, not an Indian war. This is the reason why you find who's here on the cover of the Seminole Wars of 1818 to 1858. Who's on the cover? You see the Seminole, the pale Seminole. You see the dark Mongolian type of features of Seminole. Then you find the Negro. Okay. So he said this. This, you may be assured, is a Negro, not an Indian war. And if it be not speedily put down, the South will feel the effects of it on their slave population before the end of the next season. So there were slaves, so-called black slaves. However, there was also free Negroes, which they said was not an Indian war.
And remember, my understanding to the black slaves, because they had Slavic mothers, and with the exception to some of the conquistadors that was captured, that was sent over here by the Romans or by the people of the Holy Roman Empire trying to convert everybody to Catholicism. Some of the Negro slaves were captured conquistadors, but the majority of the Negro slaves was Negroes who were swirling with these Slavic women, creating sometime mulatto, because we know that every time a Negro and a European mix, they ain't always coming out light skinned. Some of them come out dark skinned to where you can't even tell that they got a white mother. Then some of them come out looking in between to where you possibly you can make that distinguish or that distinction, showing that they had Slavic ancestry. Okay, so please understand that. And like I said, that's my opinion from the research that I've collected. Okay, and that's the only thing it shows, because it don't make no sense how you have all these Negro slave owners, you have all these free Negro. The whole story is contaminated at this point in time.
Even though the Negroes were seen as Indians. With the feel the effects of it on their slave population before the end of the next season. If the war be carried on, it must necessarily be one of extermination. We have in no former period of our history had to contend with so formidable an enemy. No Seminole proves false to his country, nor has a single instance ever occurred of a first-rate warrior having surrendered. So, if the Seminoles were simply means runaway, there was not an actual tribe. They are remnants of the Yamasee and the Gullah Geechee people.
Now what have I been saying? Like I said, I definitely watched Eileen Bay build. But I've done a build on the Yamasi, the Gala, the Gole. They're the same fucking people. All of them are all the same. And like, look, he's going in, and we're gonna go from there.
Let's get that correct.
He gonna hold up.
So how did they go extinct?
Hold up. He ain't read that. I wanted to read. So it say, throughout my operations, I have found the Negro the most active and determined warriors. And during the conferences with the Indians chief, assertion or asserted, whatever, they exercise an almost controlling influence over them. The Negroes ruled the Indians. Okay, now take that and take that somewhere. You go figure that shit out.
They changed
Not no freaking Africans. Okay,
the name. You see that? Because the word Yamasi is Hebrew, which means O Messiahs. O Saviors.
you heard that? Yamasi, Yamasi. So he's saying the saviors or old saviors. That's what the term Yamasi, according to what Dr. Eileen Bay said. I've never seen that, but I'm gonna definitely do some research. That's why I say a lot of these bills, if you don't believe on what's being said, take notes and research it yourself and see whether or not you can find information that solidifies it. You have to take notes when we come into some of these bills. I mean, we have our bills where we be going, we'll be talking back and forth. If you can have somebody, if you can catch what's being said and take notes then. But for people who really trying to learn and really trying to come to an understanding, you have to take notes and you have to use the resources among all of the people that's Aborigines as well as some of the Moors that's putting a lot of this information for you to come to a full, complete understanding of this. Some of these bills is just pretty much we going back and forth talking. Some of these bills are actual bills, and they're educational bills that you should be taking the time out to being astute and taking notes down. I took notes down myself. I'm not sitting up in here lying. I took notes down. I had to watch some. I had to watch some video. I had to read shit 3 and 4 fucking times sometimes to come to a complete understanding because I was confused. I was confused with the general education system that been placed in my mind. I was confused with the propaganda about us being Africans. I was confused with all of that shit. So sometimes when you confuse, it makes it hard for you to come to an understanding and for you to constantly be able to take in this information and create some sense of it or create a hypothesis and then create a theory. Okay? Continue.
Throughout my operations, I found the Negroes to be most active and determined warriors. And during the conferences with the Indian chief, I ascertained they exercised an almost controlling influence over them. The Negroes ruled the Indians. Wow. The Negroes ruled the Indians? Well, that's a twist. Because they said that the Indians had us, the so called five tribes, had us as slaves. You see the contradictions in their history?
Yeah.
Seminole Indian chiefs described as Negroes.
Look, that shit went over your head, what he just said, right? That went right over people's head. If these people had us as slaves, then how the fuck? Look, if these people had us as slaves, then you tell me how the fuck was we ruling them? Now this devil just said we was ruling them. So how the fuck did they have this? Listen, this all a lie. They only trying to say that they had you as slaves to make it understanding why the Indians would come out dark skinned. But in all actuality, they already said it in 1828, copper colored. But so many people is confused about what copper color mean and haven't did the research or actually haven't went. What is copper color? Look through it through the Thoruses. Also through the so-called different pennies and copper color pennies I just showed. When you get to the Thoruses, it tells you copper, Copper colored is rustic. So what Verrazano said to people here look rustic, like the Saracens or Ethiopians. Some of them say burnish, reddish brown, tan, yellowish brown, etc. All the different complexions we see amongst our people.
Negroes. This is what I was just talking about. Indian chiefs. Oh yeah, describe as Negroes, not the fake $5 Indian of 1/32 or 3.1% Cherokee blood. Commissioned in 1820, but no American official explained how it happened. If the Negroes were but chattels of the Indians, in other words, slaves of the Indians, then how did so many Seminole chiefs were black? See, they couldn't explain it then. They can't explain the shit now. Because the Seminoles are the Yamasee. I'll show you that in a minute.
Now look, I say, look, listen. Anybody who do any real research in this is going to come to that conclusion that the Seminoles, because what does it tell you? It tells you that now check this out. When they tell you about the Yamasee, this is what they say. This is according to their history and the numerous articles that I cross-reference, right? It says that okay, the Negroes escaped, right? South Carolina, Georgia region, right? And then the Yamasees and the so-called Africans joined the Yamasees and went into St. Augustine. With Dr. Longo showed, we showed the St. Augustine, been showing the Timico. We already know what the Timico looked like. We already know what they saying he was. Okay? So, and then we find a Timico in South Carolina. The video I showed you of the European lady saying that the Timico practiced Canaanite, that's a whole other thing. But it's showing you the Timico wasn't just in St. Augustine. They was in Georgia and South Carolina. The same area where the Yamasee was at. They were the same fucking people. They're the same fucking people. And see, these people confuse us. They confuse us. You know what I'm saying? They confuse us with all these different tribal names, and not we ain't able to this tribe did this tribe that. That's unlikely because listen, all Negroes do the same shit. You understand what I'm saying? All Negroes, most of them, all of us do the same shit. We eat the same foods. We have the same vernacular. You understand what I'm saying? We have the same way. So the be hard pressed to say that the Cherokee and the Choctaw, all these people was different. It ain't no different than somebody living in Tennessee right now. AP live in Tennessee. I live in New Jersey. Now AP be wearing that he be wearing a lot of like how do you say designer clothing. You know, me personally, I do shit like Gap. I do the Jordans. I do all that shit. We wear the same shit everywhere. We eat the same shit.
Right.
You come up here, I'm taking you and go get a Weller. A Weller is a 5-piece whitey sandwich with motherfucking tartar on it, lettuce, tomatoes, hot sauce, and ketchup on it, nigga, with cheese. I'm gonna take you and go get a Weller. You know what I'm saying? Or we can go get some soul food. We can go get eat some cabbage, collard greens. You want yams, you want macaroni cheese. I don't eat pork, so I'll probably, I do some fried chicken, some baked chicken, some grilled chicken, or whatever. And I do the same thing when it comes to the fish. You know what I'm saying? Or some shrimps. So, like, come on, we do the same shit. So it'd be unlikely, the Choctaw, they had this. That's all a fucking lie. That's all confusion. These people then created a whole narrative of your history. While you wasn't paying attention to what was going on, they was creating a narrative. And while the people who was living that was able to tell you who you was, they died off. Then later on, they bring other agents in to promote, we need to be integrated. We need to be integrated with white people. We need to be, because they was paid to do that. They was paid to take us off our land because the KKK was not beating us like that in the South. They was not winning like that in the South because they wouldn't have had to go into Operation Martin Luther King. They wouldn't have went into Operation Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was an operation that was a mind control over Negroes. That's what he was used for. The KKK wasn't winning it. Negroes wasn't leaving like that. So let's go into plan B. Let's bring in one of theirs and let's have them mixing. Because once we surround them, because most black towns are surrounded by the suburbs or surrounded by Europeans. So you live in the middle and they live around you. Every place that I've ever seen where there's a so-called ghetto or there's so-called urban community or where Negroes live at, the Europeans live around them. And when I say around them, they live in the proximity they live in the proximity around them. All of these towns are around us to keep us in control just in case it should ever go left. So let's continue, man.
See, this is how the lies keep being perpetrated. The principal Seminole chief ruled over the entire nation in 1820 was Monmouthalaw, who bore no evidence of Indian admixture. Wow. He was a straight Negro. Another great chieftain was Mechanipaw, king over kings, described as part Negro and very dark, who ruled the nations in 1832 and owned immense herds of cattle and ponies. Yeah, Billy Bowlegs, or Bowleg, his nephew who led the last hostility against the United States in 1855 to 1858, was also part Negro. Louis Pacheco, a pure blood Negro. Excuse me. A pure blood Negro who planned dates as in Miami-Dade massacre and afterwards became a Seminole sub-chief, could read, write, and speak English, French, Spanish, and Creek, having been the slave of a coach's Spaniard planter near Tampa Bay. The most important, if not the best known of the Seminole chiefs, was a pure blood Negro named Abraham, who because of his intelligence and knowledge of English, negotiated nearly all of the treaties with the United States commissioners. Of him, General Jeff.
And before he go, I'm gonna read. I don't know if he's gonna read this on the side right here, but I'm gonna read it. So it said, during the 19th century, the Seminole storytellers related that some of the Yamasee men were killed in battle, and the Seminole men married the Yamasee women. Now, duck that. That's bullshit. Because the Yamasee are the Seminoles, and they also the Timucuans and the Muskogee. So remember that. Keep that in mind. Do not separate these tribes, okay? So they saying that because of the Yamasee men was killed off, then therefore the Seminole men had to intermingle with us. But check this out, right? So it's saying the Seminole men married the Yamasee women in Pensacola, right? Now I know mad Negroes who live in Pensacola, Florida, but that's a whole other thing, right? So the Gazette of October 9th, 1824. Whenever a Seminole appeared darker than his fellows, it was said that his Yamasee ancestor was showing. So that tells you right there the Yamasee was Negroes and the Seminoles was they trying to say that the Negro Seminoles are only there because of African slaves. No, they telling you the Seminoles mixed with the Yamasee, and we already got the statement from the mayor of Beaufort County saying that the Yamasees was there before Columbus. So they don't know where the fuck that they came from. Okay? They don't know where they came from. Now they say, oh, the Yamassees are Africans who was here before Columbus. How do you know they Africans? Because that is going under the eugenics operation. The eugenics operation was to place all people, all melanated people in the continent of Africa. That's what this whole thing was about. And everywhere that you see Negroes, like I said yesterday, no matter if there's somewhere that they haven't even been found yet, when they do find them, they will make up some type of outrageous claim to say that these people traveled across 4-5 continents to get to a place where they never been, didn't know if that place was going to be was going to have the nutrients to sustain them or have the resources for them to continue living or to extend their quality of life, right? So you travel somewhere and you ain't do no recon and you go live somewhere and there's nothing there. There's no vegetation. There's no rivers to where you can fish. There's no wildlife to where no, come on, let's be for real here. Okay? So let's continue, man. Because I got another video I got to put out there. So I'm going to probably rock out for about another hour. I know I keep adding time on. But definitely hit the like button, share the video. And like I said, definitely, if you can, donate to the channel so we can keep these bills going and try to pay some of these bills. Because my motherfucking cable bill is fucking $300 a month. And my internet and all that other shit, man. So let's continue, man.
Yes, sir, who we just talked about now, said a good soldier and an intrepid leader. He was a chief and the most cunning and intelligent Negro we have. So see, this is when Jessup was having to tell the truth. And you see, Jessup was telling a whole lot of truths. Oh, these ain't Indians, these Negroes. And they kicking our ass. And they kicking our ass. Shit, that's all I can tell you. They kicking our ass. You better get this shit on the way, goddamn. You better get this shit. Help! 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 During the 19th century, a Seminole storyteller related that some of the Yamasee men were killed in battle, and they sent off the so-called Native Americans, Cherokee and
let's skip it right here. Hold up.
But they yet understand that the Seminole was dark themselves. That's alone the fact that
hold up, son.
of the Yamasees, who was also dark. This from the Florida Anthropologist, volume 23-24. Whenever a Seminole appears to be darker than his fellows, it is said that his Yamasee ancestry was showing. But goddamn it, let my Yamasee ancestry show. There it is. They got them showing. And got their turbans on and their feathers on. Whooping ass. This one here must be a KKK member or something because he got his damn head chopped off. This is how the Seminoles and the Yamasees looked. Family members. Seminole Indians, descendants of Georgia, South Carolina, Muskogee Creek tribes. Look at Seminole Chief, Caesar Bernier. Look at the Seminole Indian and Papoose. Now you know where Papoose got his name from. Miami, Florida. I know sisters who look like that today. I know brothers who look like Caesar Brunner today. The Seminole, Pompey Factor, son of Chief Hardy Factor. See, the Seminoles was dark also. Our families owned all of America was there pre-black, pre-colonial Aboriginal nations identity until the United States Corporation stripped our grandparents of their true self-governance and land titles by reclassifying our grandparents from Indians to legal fictions, landless, nameless, black, Negro, mulatto, colored, African American on census records. It doesn't make good sense, does it, to do a damn census record? For the millions of so-called blacks that call themselves Moors today, why that shit hasn't changed yet, and why on the census documents they don't have the title or don't have a space for Moor. This is Brother Paul Barton, alayhi salam upon him. This is from his book, The History of the African Olmecs, Black Civilizations of America, from prehistoric times to the present era. In the book, it says this: among the other black nations that existed in America before Columbus and long before Christ were the Yamasee Indians, who had a large kingdom in the southeast United States. Their descendants were among the first blacks of pre-Columbian American origin to fall victim to kidnapping for the purpose of enslavement. The descendants of the Yamasees are the millions of blacks who live in Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and northern Florida. So how the hell did they become extinct?
Now look, you see, now look, I'm just adding commentary. Anything that I'm saying, I can fucking prove. I can definitely prove it through literature, right? But just for what he got up there, right? It's saying their descendants were among the first blacks of pre-Columbian America origins to fall victim to kidnapping for the purpose of enslavement. I don't entirely believe that, but that's the history that they're saying, right? It's saying the descendants of the Yamasee are the millions of blacks who live in Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. I ain't gonna say just northern Florida, Florida, period. Okay, now all of them different places, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina. Now we already got Tim McCohen activity up in Georgia and South Carolina, the same place where the Yamasees was at. And they was there at the same time the Yamasees was there. And the Yamasees happened to go into St. Augustine, where it was predominantly Tim McCohen. But they killed off the term Tim McCohen and give you the term Seminole. Some created shit that there wasn't no original Seminole names. That name didn't exist. It was the Timacoans. It was the Timacoans, and it was a the other name was the Timacoans to the tribe in Florida that start with the C. Me right now, but it'll come to me in a minute. I can't get the name out right now. I can't even think about it. But somebody, y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. There was also the Timacoans. All right, but nonetheless, though, you actually see this brother showing improvement. This is definitely some good information. Let's continue.
Well, we are them. We are the Yamasee. I'm a Yamasee. I'm also Washita. I'm also Lumbee. I'm also Miwok. I'm also Peruvian.
So I mean,
because he just came from Ireland or Scotland or whatever the case is. prior to the European discovery of America, whom Lucas Perez, or Perez,
Right. Let's go ahead.
cities throughout the United States. How much you think his family made off of that?
Well, he going into, hold up. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to let this rock just for the hell of it.
The Drew family. Hmm?
Nothing.
Exactly. What about the Henry T. Sampson?
Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
Right. Henry T. Sampson. He did a cellular call phone. How much you think the Sampson family is getting off of that shit? What about Alexander Miles, who did the elevator? The elevator is all over the world. Why isn't his family, the Miles family, billionaires? Or Lewis Lattimore, for that example. The electric lamp, the light bulb. He did that. Not no goddamn. This motherfucker here called Edison. And by the way, this is supposed to be the real Nikola Tesla.
Hold up. Oh, shit. He did it so fast. Hold up. He went through it so fast. Hold up. Hold up. Let me see if I can get that picture still. So he's saying that this is the real Nikola Tesla. A goddamn Negro. Oh, but they didn't teach us that. We didn't learn this. I know they whitewashed all of history and put them there because they know that they was none of these people. But because they control history, then therefore they control your mind.
What about T.J. Marshall? You think the Marshall family is making money from the fire extinguisher?
Now look, marshals, right? Fire marshal, right? Look, so these are questions that we all should be asking. You should be asking these same questions. How these Negroes invented all this shit. And I'm not saying this ain't even about the Negro invention, but since he went into it, fuck it, I added to it. But I got another video to play after this, along with some other content. But you have to ask yourself, how the fuck did all these inventions come up? And we made them, and we didn't make them for no white man. This is shit that we was already using. And these niggas stole that too, and then said that, oh no, you was a slave when you made it, and you made it for them, their master. Do you know how disrespectful that is to your ancestors? For somebody to put you, everything you done, they brought you here, you from Africa, you was a slave, even in you can't claim nothing because these people that stole everything and then hijacked all of the information and and created their history. And now we sit around here like who, what, and why to the situations we in now. These are reasonable questions that you have to ask yourself. That's why I ask these Pan-Africans, please show me some technology in Africa. We are not the same. We are the motherfucking gods, nigga. We are the first people on the planet. We are the fucking gods, nigga. We not them people. No disrespect to them. But we not them. We the Amaru gods. And a lot of these niggas stopping you from getting into your God form, man. They stopping you from you mentally achieving to be a god or goddess, and you physically achieving to be a god and a goddess. A lot of these niggas is coming with these fucking frivolous, crazy ass conversations that people giving them enlightenment on, but for some reason they're stuck on stupid. So when whoever do another bill, when you do the yellow bus, Put some of these niggas on it too. You gotta extend the yellow bus. The yellow bus can't be a small cheese. It has to be a long bus now, full of different Pan-Africans and full of different agitators and instigators that come over here and try to challenge the information. I'm gonna let this rock out a little bit longer, then I'm gonna go into the next joint. Peace to God, peace to goddesses. Please hit that like button, please share, and please support the channel. Let's continue.
Which is in every business and home today. What about Lydia Newman, the hairbrush? You think them goddamn Koreans gave the Newman family some money?
No.
Nope.
But you go to the goddamn hair shop, hairbrushes is all in there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing too, right? All of your inventions, right? All of your inventions, they let these immigrants come here and get into that that so-called trade. The trade you created. The trades you created. It's like barbershop. See all these Dominican barbershops in my neighborhood, and Negroes ain't even peeping. Like, yo, how the fuck you just gonna open a barbershop in our neighborhood? Ain't none of your people here, or are you insinuating that you can cut better than us? And a lot of that shit is a kind of a smack in the face if you really look at it for what it is. Because you can't go nowhere else and do none of this shit that these people do over here. You can't go nowhere and do none of this shit. But people could come here, and then they use a lot of these so-called pundits and these boule and these black carcasses members to basically act like, okay, because it's not a problem with them, then it shouldn't be a problem with you. So you should definitely listen. Nah, have your own mind state. It's okay to say shit is wrong. Okay? Let's continue.
What about J.A. Burr, the lawnmower? It's about that time again. Cut that damn grass. You think the Burr family got billions and billions of dollars? What about Thomas Stewart, the mop? Something simple as that, the mop. Everybody got one in their home. So we're talking about 300 million people who got mops in their homes. 1, 2, 3. The Stewart family, did they make the money off of that?
Nope, because these Europeans sold our inventions to all these other countries and let them be the distributor and put these so-called inventions in mass production, bro. Anywhere you see any of these inventions around the world, it was only taken there because the European gave this shit to these people. Well, we chiefs. Europeans they're not indigenous here, but they play that blood quantum. Yeah, you could be 1/50th of an Indian and still have more rights over the aboriginals that's here. We went over that. We went over a lot of different lies, a lot of different historical falsehoods that they put out here. We showing the inventions, which I wasn't planning on doing this, but since he going into it, fuck it. Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We already showed and proved one invention, but since he going into it, get his commentary and get his opinion on how he feel about it. And his opinion is the same opinion that I got and a lot of other people got. But yet these niggas see black. Oh, black is you stupid motherfucker. Like, you know, at some point, like I said, man, them ancestors that I showed you, or them aborigines, they gonna come haunt some of you niggas, man. Cause you niggas ain't helping us progress. You niggas helping us go right back into the same. So you rather go back to the same mind state that you was a slave? Or you was some primitive person and the European had to hold your hand. That's the only reason why you have anything? This is the condition that these people mentally want you to go back into. Everybody that come up here and question. Not a coincidence is a fucking agent, and he's not a friend to the aborigines. So as long as he around me, I'ma always mute. I'ma always kick him off the panel. And the rest of them niggas, they're not friends to us. What part don't you understand? You ain't gonna hang around nobody else in your time that's disagreeable with you. You don't want your woman to be disagreeable all the time. You damn sure don't want to have friends who disagreeable with you, who you constantly debating, going back and forth with. No, I'm not saying you might not. You might have one friend like that. I got a couple of friends where we go back and forth and we debate about certain things, but not all of them. I don't want to hear that shit all the time. I don't want to hear no disagreeable content coming from them all the time, because I'm not always in the mood to hear that shit. But like I said, peace to the guys, man. Peace to the goddesses, man. Y'all already know what this is.
What about Carter G. Wilson with his peanut butter? He don't even have his own damn name brand covered. George Washington Carver peanut butter.
How many countries is peanut butter in? How many different peanut butter brands there are just strictly in America? Peter Pan, Skippy. Then you got the no frill band, many different no frill bands, right? Then every store has their own brand, what we call no frill brands, right? Now you can go to all these other countries and you find peanut butter, and then where you think that shit came from? This is why I tell you, we are the gods. The gig is up. It's up. It's up. And even the agents that you send over here to try to put us back to sleep, we ain't falling for that shit no more. Or we're not gonna longer extend our platform to that behavior that these niggas is coming up here displaying. The days for that shit is over with. We're not getting nowhere by having these frivolous debates with people. But like I said, if we had a debate amongst a live audience, brother, and any of this information was presented, this shit is gonna wake up people DNA. And they're going to look at the person who challenging this as an agent. And they're going to rush the stage, beat the shit out that motherfucker, and whatever's left of him, if the ambulance can come pick him up and take him out of there, that's what's going to happen. And I'm just saying to anybody, because if I was in the crowd and I was to be seeing all this information, I'm like, nah, man, at some point in time, everybody's not lying. Everybody can't be lying. Luzia, oh, that's an Asian. Okay, Negro already said that was a Negro. Naya, oh, nah, that's fake too, right? All of the people who coming out here putting all this information that they all wrong. They all wrong, and this one individual is right about everything. He's able to challenge every fucking contention point. That's a fucking agent. It's not my fucking friend. Fuck you niggas. You already know what it is. And like I said, in real time, like I'm not like when it comes to this, you know, I'd rather just not fuck with somebody before I have to physically hurt them. I'd rather just go like, nah, I ain't fucking with you, because man, eventually it's gonna be some motherfucking hands and feet thrown. Okay? It's gonna be hands and feet put on you eventually, because I'm not gonna be in the same mood every fucking day to be hearing this shit.
Do y'all see that peanut butter in the stores? I see Jif. I see Peter Pan. Ain't nobody done that. You think the Carver family getting that money? What about Jay Standard? The freaking refrigerator. The refrigerator. Everybody got that. 300 million people in the United States got the refrigerator. 7 billion people in the world. Refrigerator costs $1,500 goddamn dollars.
Come on, get
Times 7 billion people on the fucking planet.
Get it.
You think the Standard family got that money?
Now, these are all questions that you should be asking yourself. These are all reasonable questions that you should be pondering and sitting there asking your goddamn self. There's not to mention with all the other information I just showed. I just went all the way from Massachusetts. Now you talking about the Yamasee, but I gotta kind of go back to VA and Maryland and show the Pamonkeys and some of the other Aborigines before we get up out of here or whatever. So I'm gonna let this rock out. This is going into extended version or whatever. But we're gonna continue, man.
That's my point. That's my point. Yes.
I found that page in white gold. It's on page 105.
Okay, what you got?
it says, and I highlighted it the wrong way. It says the black slave drivers were extremely cruel to the men under their charge. They immediately punished the least stop or inadvertency of, wrote Thomas Pillow, and often would allow the poor creatures time to eat their bread. The drivers worked them in ships, and at the end of each ship would tell their replacement which of the slaves had been slack in their work. The new driver would then raise his cudgel and beat the hapless slave, which he always took care to bestow on the parts where he thought they would do most hurt. Once he said that most of the slave drivers would strike at the head, and when he had broke it, counterfeited with a charitable surgeon, applying some unslacking lime and stanch the bleeding. If any slave was beaten so badly that he was no longer able to work, the slave driver had a dreadful way of enabling him by redoubling or redoubling the strike so that the new ones made him forget the old.
Right. I hope y'all heard what he just said. But that's what he was saying about the so-called lynching, or I mean, not the lynching, but the lashes from the whips, right? So Negroes was the ones beating Europeans. This would explain this right here. Oh, let's see. So hold on. All right. So this would explain this right here. This is the reason why.
Hatred of black people, and which has lasted for decades, always managing to reinvent itself. Its crimes have caused bloodshed in America for over 150 years. 150 years of hatred, racism, and horror.
And you know the crazy part about this? See, they try to make them seem like they're a political group. But even they saying that these people has terrorized some Negroes for up to 150 years. But none of these motherfuckers never been to jail. None of these people never found, like when they bombed that church in Birmingham, or what, I think that was in Birmingham, whatever, where them so-called beautiful Aboriginal young girls was murdered. They ain't never found none of them. The so-called, even the Atlantic child, what's the name, when they was killing all them children, they went and found the black man and blamed it on him and said like he was the one doing it. And to the day, the nigga will say he ain't doing it because of these motherfuckers. But they ain't never arrested them. You know why? Because the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds were the people who put together the Knights of the Golden Circle, which is the fucking KKK after the fucking Civil War. So when you get into Albert Pike and Dark Morals and Dogmas, and you see that two-headed bird, the same two-headed bird that the Romans, the same two-headed bird that you see among the Scottish Rite Freemasons and you see among the Romans. When Charles V came over, you see that same double-headed bird in Tenochtitlan land. So I don't know what to tell people, man. I'm studied up, man. And when I say something, I have resources to back the shit up. And I know goddamn well this is not what was being taught to me when I was paying to go to for higher education in these so-called European universities. Didn't learn none of this shit. Nothing. Okay? But let's go back. I'm gonna go back into a little bit more than that. I got a little 20-minute video. I actually was gonna run to the gym, man, but I'll go to the gym in a minute. Look.
If I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. I don't believe in segregation. I believe in slavery.
150 years of exclusion, violence, and rage.
Hold up. Did y'all see that? Look at that.
violence and rape.
Look, you see a little black baby dangling by the neck? Now, when I was incarcerated, COs had tattoos with that shit on it, yo. COs had tattoos. I'm not saying all of them. But when you go further down South Jersey, or you go to one of them South Jersey prisons down there, most of them fucking rednecks down there got tattoos dealing with either they white supremacists or they what the fuck is they Aryan Nation. But you see the little baby dangling around the fucking now. These people demons, man. But let's continue. Let's go back into the other joint. This is the reason why he just said what the brother just said about what he found in white gold. I'm gonna play it back real quick. Hold up.
Counterfeited with a charitable servant, applying some anxious cudgel and beat the poor preachers, punish the least stop or inadvertency of, wrote Thomas Kello, and often will allow the poor preachers time to eat their bread. The drivers work them in shifts, and at the end of each shift would tell their replacements which of the slaves have been slack in their work. The new driver would then raise his cudgel and beat the hapless slave, which he always took care to bestow on the parts where he thought they would do most hurt. Well, he said that most of the slave drivers would strike at the head, and when he had broke it, counterfeited with a charitable surgeon, applying some unslacking lines and stanks to bleeding. If any slave was beaten so badly that he was no longer able to work, the slave driver had a dreadful way of enabling him by redoubling or redoubling the strike so that the new ones made him forget the old.
Y'all heard that? And I'm not like I said. I mean, you heard it, AP, right?
Yeah, I heard it.
So would this be the reason why the motherfuckers were so mad?
It seems like there's at least be one of the reasons.
Exactly. That's it. Thanks for definitely interjecting that. That's one of the reasons. But if these people was doing this shit the whole goddamn time they been here, there would never been no black slave owners. There would never been no fucking free men or no free fucking people. Never. And Antoine Doug Billette, who was richer even than his European neighbors. These people that ran in there and took all his shit, nigga. What was stopping them from going that shit? If they was running niggas off of their land in the 1900s, why the fuck wasn't they doing that prior to that? Because they wasn't running nothing. And see, these stupid Negroes who be in the chat room saying this ridiculous shit, like, yo, listen, my dude, don't even come over because you niggas is not on the same level we on. Over here, we critical think. Over here, we decode shit. We decipher shit. We cross-reference material. We don't just read from one book and then read everything and be proud that we read the book. I'm like, yeah, I'm proud of myself because I believe everything in this book. No. That's what I was telling D-Red yesterday. You keep on, you running history down verbatim. How the fuck you going to sit there and run history? How are Europeans going to tell you their history when they were slaves? When they were slaves, you bring up the term slave to any of these so-called Pan-Africans or these Negro, they're going to argue with you. Oh, no. They was only slaves. Man, shut the fuck. They've been slaves the whole goddamn time, nigga. And now they applied it to you. But let's continue, man.
Right.
Just like you said.
And then every time I see that I hate to laugh, man. Damn.
Yo, when I first was coming into this shit, and I was listening to Hakeem Bey and Asir the Duke of Tears, they used to always be like, the Duke of Tears always say like, he said, European asked me, I'm sorry about what my ancestors did to your ancestors. He's like, no, I'm sorry for what my ancestors done to yours. Right? And Hakeem Bey, the same thing, talking about white slave. Wasn't nobody else talking about this shit. Wasn't nobody else talking about that shit. Nobody else. Damn sure wasn't no motherfucking Native Americans saying that motherfuckers was you had European slave, and whether or not we was directly involved with it, at least it corrects the history, and you could give that term slave and all of the 1619 story. Need to start enforcing the 1618 story to 1865. Because that would be the duration of these Europeans was in bondage.
It's like saying, you don't be quiet, I'm gonna beat you again, Harpo.
Damn.
Right.
Damn.
I mean,
Yes. Some cold shit.
What's one of the reasons why they didn't get their hair?
Say it again.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna move on from there. Going to this other video I got right here. Remember this: a little black baby hanging by a noose. This how demonic these people was. And of course they not like that no more because they own everything and they own the history. Let's continue, man. All right, so look, all right, I was talking about the Pamunkey. Let me see something real quick. We went into the Lenape of Pennsylvania. We're gonna move forward. We're gonna go to Virginia. These some images of the Pamunkey. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me get this together right here. All right, I don't know who the fuck that was. That looked like a KKK rally right there. So once again, you see the Europeans, right? And when you get into what's the lady name? Such and such Coleman. I can't think of her name, but the book is called Let the Blood Stay Pure. She's a Pamunkey, and she goes into a lot of this shit, how a lot of the intermixing was being taken place. And she was saying these are Negro men. This is the reason why, like I told you, the Racial Integrity Act was created, right? So look, we can go here. Now look, check this out. Now even you see some of these people right here, right? Let me, this shit is too fucking large. Look. It's a Slavic woman who has some relationship with some Aboriginal man. This ain't no race of people right here. This is a mixed race of people right here. This is a Slavic woman who had some affairs with some Aboriginal man. Okay, but look, check this out. This brother right here. They say he Pamunkey, right? So now we in Virginia, right? And shout out to Lisa Ackermack, because I can go into the Ackermacks, but y'all already know about the Ackermacks. So you already know Lisa is a melanated, copper color young lady, right? And you already know that the Ackermacks was Negroes as well. So not just the Pamunkeys, the Powhatans. Do we need to look up what King Powhatan looked like? Do we need to go back down that road and look up what King Powhatan looked like? Matter of fact, you know what? Let's do that. You know what? Hold up. This is King Powhatan. I'm only showing you his back. I got the whole video of somebody who went down there and recorded the whole image. As you can see, this nigga has nappy hair. Somebody went through the trouble to show that this nigga hair was coarse and curly. He's a fucking Negro. Okay? Let's go. Hold up. Let me see. Matter of fact, you know what? I think it's in this one. No, that's not in there. I'm gonna have to pull it up another way. But Matter of fact, you know what? And what you're looking at is the actual image of King Powhatan and the Virginia Historical Society. You see the back of his head, right? Now, look, it'd just be one thing if we only had one image of this shit, right? If we only had that one image, right? We can sit there and be like, oh, nah, this shit is fake or whatever. But there's many different images of this shit. And not just in, let me see something. I think I passed it. So not just the literature, it's also the actual observation, right? Oh, but this shit right here doesn't matter, right? Somebody was dead wrong. Somebody was fantasizing when they seen this shit when they came here. Somebody was fantasizing, right? Too many images. I can show you about 50 images that with the same garb that Powhatan had on. Paraguay. Oh shit, them Negroes. They even went through the trouble to show the little Negro right here with the parrot on his head with the fucking afro right here. And they got the same headdress on. This is a goddamn Negro. And remember, the first step of the scientific method is observation. Fuck all that other shit that brother D-Red was saying. And no disrespect to him, but just for him saying it. Look, you see more Negroes with and this is just, oh, these are drawings. Somebody made this shit up. Somebody made this shit up, right? I mean, they probably did make this picture up right here because we know we was a god. We know that there's no way that these motherfuckers was doing none of this shit, right? But just the images, all the images are consistent. They're all consistent all through the Americas. All right, so I ain't wasn't trying to get into the picture shit, man. But so hold on, let's go back. Okay, computer, come on now. All right, so this is an image of a Pamunkey. Shows you the Powhatans, right? So let's work our way back down. Back to with Dr. Aline when he was going through the Yamasees. So I done came all the way from skip it 1 second for it to load up. Cause like I said, I got a lot of shit open. Look, so we started with the Pinquats, right? We showed the identity and we showed you the racial classification of the Pinquats. We showed you this. Okay, this European right here is definitely out of fucking place, but that's a whole nother story. We went through here, right? Then next, we even showed some images of the Pinquats, right? We showed you past and present images of the Pinquats, right? Negroes, okay? Let me see something. What the fuck is going on? This shit froze up again. Showed you more pink quads, right? All of these images are fucking consistent. Okay? The only people think they Africans are y'all, right? So we went to the pink quads, showed some more pink quads. Here goes some more images of the pink quads. Today, they're all Negroes, right? We went to the Master P. Wapanaki. We showed the powwow princesses, and we showed that 90% of them are all Negroes. Okay? And we do see the admixture of the Europeans, right? Whenever this shit loads up. All right, that shit taking too long to load up. We also showed the Shinnecock, right? Which is in the New York region, right? We went through here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me click on it. All right, this shit non-responsive. I'm about to end that one right there because this shit probably is what's slowing my computer down. We've been rocking for 3.5 hours. Hit that like button.
Yeah, make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Don't forget to support the
Share
channel,
video.
man.
Like I said, donate.
Yeah, money sign Atanchan. Atanchan 1. Y'all see it on the screen ticking across at the bottom. PayPal information at Atanchan is 1 on PayPal. Make sure y'all support the channel, man. Send in the $5 donation. Support him in with the $5 challenge, you guys. We got 223 people in here. Support my brother Hunter, man. Turn up one time. Let him know how much y'all really appreciate his work.
Yeah, man. Definitely, like I said, you know, definitely support the brothers and sisters, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the community that's doing work. You know, Sister Betty, brother Big Bap.
Then he kicked himself off. I don't know what the hell happened. Hey, but listen, my channel down, man. I got a copyright strike. My channel is down for a year. Y'all won't see Aboriginal Power main channel up for a whole year. So everybody that's here, I'm gonna need y'all to go subscribe to BAP News. I need one of the moderators in the chat to go drop the link to BAP News so everybody can go subscribe. Go subscribe to BAP News. I got a copyright strike. My channel is down for a whole year. Yeah, they did me bad. I was like, God dang. Couldn't even believe that shit. Broke my little heart. I was like, fuck. They was like, you do anything else, nigga. We taking your whole goddamn channel like we did Aboriginal TV. They even said it. They said we're gonna take it just like we did Aboriginal TV. I said, damn, these niggas playing dangerous. Moderators, drop BAP News link in the chat, y'all. Come on, man. Somebody drop that in there. BAP News. But I gotta put it in there for y'all. Let me put it in there for y'all. Let me see what's going on. Alright, I'm gonna put this shit. I don't know where A1 at. I'm gonna put this the YouTube channel. I'm running A1 shit right now. Y'all see how that works. See, that's just in case shit like audio shit go off. I can still control the channel. I can still regulate. Make sure y'all go subscribe to BAP News. We're gonna be going live over there. A lot of agencies working, man. They hating on the channel. And listen, y'all, my channel then did 2 million views in a month. 2 million views on my YouTube channel on my main channel. Guess what, man? We just hit 32,000 subscribers, on our way to 33 probably by the end of this week. You see what I'm saying? Matter of fact, we up like 2,500 subscribers within a month. We've been going crazy over there on the main channel, and they just been hating on the channel, man. So yeah, some haters out there. Make sure y'all go subscribe to About News. The link is in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all support my big brother A1 though. Most importantly. Very, very important for you guys to do so. All right. Because everybody know that.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not no African. Nigga, you a lying motherfucker. You nigga talking about we.
Yeah, nigga. We ain't Africans. Flat out. I need everybody over here to subscribe. But listen, A1 is trying to show y'all to use your observation, use your brain, go into the literature, do the oral history, deal with the traditions, look at the actual cultural practices from here to California, from New York to Tennessee, from Florida to motherfucking Detroit. And we got to look at these in cross comparison cultures and show that these are the same people and we have been POW. We are victims of genocide, not physical, not murdering, right? Even though we have been abused and other horrendous things, but paper genocide, all right? So, I don't know. These niggas be hating Pan-Africans and Asians, Pan-Africans and Mexicans, Pan-Africans and Native Americans is all working against the true Aboriginal indigenous peoples of this land. So, who knows who really struck my channel? Niggas like Turtle Gang and shit. I got a feeling that's who it is. I'm gonna know who it is here in just a second. So shout out to everybody in the building. I really appreciate y'all for tapping in. Support my brother Big A1. He be going in. He don't be going live too much. So y'all gotta support him and let him know y'all appreciate him when he go live. That's the main reason he quit going live. You know what I'm saying? Felt like niggas wasn't appreciating shit. You know what I mean? We were on the live yesterday when it went down. Yeah, I know you was on there yesterday. It's all good. Make sure y'all go subscribe, man. I need everybody in the chat, the 241 that's in here. Go subscribe to About News. You'll see the YouTube link in the chat. And Thompson just want to put it in the chat. Go subscribe. Let me let my brother Chief on here because I got full control right now. Let me let Chief on. Boom. Just like that. We in here. Hey, I can't my computer down or else I continue screen sharing some shit just to ride off of what my brother A1 is doing. I'm gonna put my laptop in the computer. I'm in the shop tomorrow. We're gonna see what's up with it. Appreciate everybody for supporting my channel. But like I said, my channel is down for a whole year, you guys. You will not see Aboriginal Power main channel up for a year. And that's according to right now, even though I am appealing it, I am fighting. But I'm under attack, you guys. I'm under attack. And I'm out here. You understand me? I'm a rogue soldier. I'm like Rambo with this shit. So it's about to get surgical. So I need y'all to come to BAP News. This is where we turning up all the heat. We're gonna have BAP News at 5,000 subscribers by the end of the month. We about to go litty ball. You understand what I'm saying? We about to go litty. Straight up. I don't know why my page is banned because we did not play anyone video at all yesterday. We didn't do anything. I don't know what's going on. So someone had to literally come and strike, and I think it was Turtle Gang. Shout out to Fresh One TV. A1's Cash App and PayPal information is at the bottom of the screen, ticking the cross. But as a matter of fact, I'll do you one even better, right? I'll put it on the screen and I'll pin it, right? Let me pin it on the screen. Oh, what the fuck is it? I don't even see it.
All right, hold on. I see it. Let me edit this up for my bro. You know how they go. Boom. All right, boom. It's on the screen. It's ticking across at the bottom of the screen, man. You should see his avatar and shit. But yeah, man, that's some bullshit. Got a nigga channel down for a whole year. I'm like, a year? What am I supposed to do in a year, you guys? Chief Holiday, hold it down for me. Let me answer this call. You got it, bro. Let's chat to Chief Holiday.
Rap, what's up, bro? Ahanu. Peace of the guys, man. Peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. It's the GOAT. Yeah, man, that's messed up, man. I'm just hearing about it right now, too, y'all, you know. Dang, for a year. I hadn't heard of that one before. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, man, censorship is really real. I don't believe in it in any shape, form, or fashion. I believe that a person, whether we agree or disagree, we should allow people to be able to express themselves, you know, and then we have the right to be able to say what we want to say back. These people want to push their agenda and silence everybody else. I think that's really interesting. It's really cowardly as well. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, it's just terrible. Y'all know how that go. We're gonna keep pushing. We're gonna keep working. Shout out to everybody tapped in, man. Really appreciate you guys, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Support the channel. Support the movement.
Right, bro. So yeah, man. Listen, shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. Like I said, I need everybody to go subscribe to Bout News. That's the link that's in the chat. Shout out to Thompson this one. Bout News. Shout out to Chief Morning Thunder, aka Sister Betty in the building. What's going on, Sister Betty?
Sorry, I had to cut my off. Peace, Chief Holiday at Power. I'm all right. Ab, I'm so sorry about your channel, man.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty fucked up. We got to stop sharing people's stuff. We don't share people's stuff.
Yeah, we didn't even share nothing yesterday. I didn't play no video. I didn't share nothing.
Oh my God. I wonder if they're doing what they did to me. Somebody went back and looked at in my old videos that I had.
It wasn't the old video. It was the actual live we was on yesterday. That's why you can't find that live on there. It was deleted, took off of YouTube because of copyright strike.
And I don't know what was the copyright strike for.
Oh no, I'm still waiting on YouTube agents to motherfucking email the goddamn YouTube agents. I gotta send the motherfucking email to them bitch ass niggas. And so I need to know who the agent was that came over here and flagged my shit.
Who stuff was you showing yesterday?
I didn't show nobody stuff.
But they give you
we didn't YouTube, play not one video yesterday.
No, but YouTube gives you in your YouTube, they give you they tell you what the copyright strike was.
It just no, I can go.
They go if you go on your YouTube.
When I checked my dashboard yesterday, it didn't say anything why. It just says that I have a copyright strike.
That's crazy. They normally tell you what.
This is what it says. It's an active community strike, right? And the other one says April the 11th, and then everything else it said, "Oops, something went wrong." I appealed it yesterday, and it said appealed rejected. Okay.
Oops, something went wrong.
Yep, and it says retry. Every time I hit the retry, it says the same shit.
Okay, but you're able to communicate with the representative.
Yeah, because they send you alert through your email. So I sent them an email asking why was our copyright stricken and why was my video removed and why am I on a 362-day strike without going live. You see what I'm saying?
I'm not understanding that. Something's not right.
Something's not right.
And I have to worry. That concerns me about who be in the chat room.
I think it was somebody who deliberately flagged it
and it's somebody that left off mad. It's not because of a copyright strike. It's a violation. It's an act of community strike, is what it says. Not a copyright strike.
So somebody's trying to say you said something. You said something that humiliated them.
Right.
This is evil.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
Peace.
Bab News is open.
What time you going live, AP?
I don't know. I go live whenever. I'm gonna just go live whenever you is. I got it set up for 2:00, 1:30, I think. 1:30.
Okay. I'm gonna play this last video right here, and we could kind of build on this before you go live. All right.
I'm gonna go at live after you, Ab.
All right, I got you.
Hey, peace to the panel, man. Let me
up, Sister Betty.
Huh?
Go ahead and set your live up so I can set it over there.
What you was about to say, bro?
Hey, yeah, peace to the panel, man. How you good people doing today, man? Hey, they doing it to all people, man. My partner, man, he only got 800 subscribers, man. We used to go live on his YouTube, man. They've been taking videos from 2, 3 years, 4, 5 years ago from him going back and sending and taking videos away from him. Deleting his videos.
They do that to everybody, man. Yeah, definitely. Let me get into this next video right here before my shit freeze up again.
Hey, I'm going live at 1:30, A1.
All right, no problem. I'm on this only 20. I ain't gonna rock through the whole thing, but just let's get through this one real quick.
I'm trying to think of what for dinner. I'm hungry.
It is, but you're in the melting pot, right? So what we have to do typically on this platform, right, when we have conversations, everybody's cool with the African piece, and we kind of struggle with the Hebrew and the Aboriginal piece. So I come to the table and I bring sources that show that Black folks was indeed in the Americas prior to the slave trade. But I can't use all the sources I want to use. They have to be written by devils, because Black folks is more receptive to information when you show them that so-called white folks wrote it. You know, I can show you a bunch of Black scholars that talked about the subject matter for the last past 100-something years. I can just bring them on, but it just won't go over. But when I bring in some documents and I say, look, these devils wrote it, and I show you the dates and times and all that, then we kind of like, man, is that really happening? Yeah, it happened, bro. And normally on this platform, the documents that I use is from the 16th, 17th, 18th century, 19th century also. Very rarely 20th century, though. We got a document today. It's 20th century, early, though, 1901. I rarely even use these kind of documents, to be totally honest, because, see, there was a time in this country Black folks couldn't read, right? There was a bunch of anti-literacy laws. You know, you couldn't read. You was a person of color. It was illegal for you to read, which means that when certain documents and books was published during that time frame, right? It's not like somebody is writing something to pour something over your head, because you couldn't even read. They ain't lying to you. They ain't trying to put something in the book to trick you up. You couldn't even read anyway. Whether is in the book or not, you couldn't even read. Nobody never foresaw one day, right? I'm a stickler on that. I pick up the stuff and read.
All right, bro. Let's get into
it. A real good look at everything that's here. Right. Report of the Industrial Commission on Agriculture and Agricultural Labor, including testimony with review and topical digest thereof. Volume 10, Washington, 1901. Then they got the members of the Industrial Commission. You can see the senators that's listed. You can see the chairman that's listed. You can see the secretary that's listed. So this is real deal. You know, as we say on the blog, this is official tissue, right? But we're going to go down to page 824, right? Let's go to page 824. We're going to dive right in. While we're at page 824, we're going to back up just a little bit. So can I blow it up? Maybe you can see it a little better if I blow it up. We're going to back up just a little bit to the bottom section of 823. And if I can give you a little backdrop, you know, they're on the commission. This is government, of course. And, you know, during this commission, they're talking about race relations, talking about different industries, what's profitable, what's not. They're talking about the work ethic of Black people and white folks, and who should be given a chance to work more in this industry or this manufacturing plant or this sector of government, and then they have on the other side, so they're just having a real deal conversation, and it's all documented, right? So once something comes on the floor of government, that's going to be a piece of history forever. Now, nobody's necessarily hiding this from you. This came out in 1901, and many of our people were still dealing with, a stronghold of being illiterate. And then we had a small bubbling number of our people being educated. But even with that being said, we still was in the plantation phase, right? It's not what we call the quote unquote hardcore slavery, but we're still dealing with the sharecropping and the working from sun up to sundown. And it's funny on the books. So on our, on our spare time, we're not picking up and reading the hearing before the Industrial Commission. It's just not happening. We're not doing it. It's just not a reality. We're reading a good book now, right? We got a bunch of Negro spirituals and Negro songs, and we got all that. And then we have some people bubbling up to be teachers, but we're just not on this type of time, right? But we're gonna slow down, and we're gonna just take a real good look at what was said in the Industrial Commission, and then we're gonna have to sew it all together. We're gonna make it make sense within ourselves, right? Because again, we're talking about Black folks that was in the Americas prior to the slave trade, right? Prior to the slave trade. They mean that whole 16, what did they say? 1619, Jamestown, Virginia. Black folks was already here when that boat hit that dock. It was Black folks already here, right? So this is the question and answering portion, of course. I mean, this is what happened on the floors of government.
You're writing an essay, and it requires some shut mouth.
Don't waste your time on those junkyard losers. This country was built on genocide and slavery. We killed all the black guys that were here, and then we shipped in new black guys of our own. We killed all the black guys that were here, and then we shipped in new black guys of our own.
So we get page 823. We're in the last paragraph. And it says, I want to quote an extract from the book entitled Race Problems of the South Montgomery Conference. Alfred Morwado is the speaker, and he is referring to the situation in North Carolina respecting the Negroes. He says, now we have page 824. This is the hearing before the Industrial Commission. Crimes of all sorts increased alarmingly and went unpunished, right? So let me just give you a real quick synopsis of this paragraph. What they're talking about is two different natures between Black folks. In this next paragraph, they're going to talk about the nature of Black folks in North Carolina. They're going to say they was drunkards. They didn't even make good jurors. Anytime you put somebody on the case, if it's a Black person, he did something crazy, other Black folks is not going to find him guilty. They're going to say he's innocent. They don't throw each other under the bus in the legal system. They're going to talk about Negroes being drunken and walking the streets all day, partying all day, being idle. They don't want to work. They are insulting the women of that town. They're robbing in broad daylight. They're fighting in broad daylight. They own their own media. They have a Negro newspaper, and the Negro newspaper is running down white folks and white women. They don't care nothing about nothing. These Negroes is free. They cannot be controlled. Then he goes on later, right? So if you just ask me, when he made that statement about how white supremacy had to get these, I was talking about insurrection in Wilmington, and that happened right around, I want to say, let me say it this way, 1895 between 1890, right, to be on the safe side. You can look it up, probably on Wikipedia by this point. Everything's on Wikipedia, right, where they had like, it was a mob of white folks that attacked Black folks, Black-owned businesses, and they killed a lot of our people to the tune of maybe like 16 between 200. That's a big gap. I know you like 60 to 200. Yeah, I know. That's a big gap, but that's how it's recorded, right? We're going to go right into the second paragraph because there's a lot of information in this second paragraph that we're going to have to build on. It says a large Negro population on the coast of South Carolina is quite different from this here described. The mayor of Beaufort says the town is remarkable for quiet and good order. For 20 years past, not a single individual has been killed or seriously injured in any disturbance within corporate limits. See Handbook of South Carolina, page 663. This is a statement of the mayor of Beaufort, and Beaufort is perhaps the blackest spot in the whole South. That is to say, the Negro population predominate more than anywhere else. There is a peculiar history fact connected with that town that I would like to mention to the commission. So now the speaker is setting the stage at this point, right? He talked about two different kind of natures. The Negroes, fresh off the plantation in North Carolina, they're running rampant, right? They all over the place. You can't control them.
Now remember, I can pull up the black Negro slave owners and show you that in South and North Carolina there was thousands of Negro slave owners. Now, you know, this brother right here, he obviously don't have that research to where he can kind of like, nah, this shit ain't making no sense because there's already Negro slave owners before in 1830. In 1830 was already Negro slave owners. So you make sense of it. This is coming verbatim, or this is being paraphrased from people who writing this shit that's lying about everything they say. But nonetheless, though, they're telling the truth to some extent. Let's continue.
Then you got a different group of Negroes in South Carolina. And these different group of Negroes, they live in the same area that's connected with a different people that used to live there before that was Negroes too. And he just want to give the commission the history on these people. That's what he's finna do. He's finna go right into it, but he took his time. He set the stage, right? So let's continue. That is the place where the federal troops first set the Negroes free. It was done on those islands in the neighborhood of Beaufort, and they are now there the predominant race. And this mayor refers to them as a quiet community. A most peculiar thing is Cortopher Gaze, in his book on the human race, asserts the fact that the African lived on these islands long before the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus.
Now, this is something I've been reading for years, showing niggas this, and Negroes still ain't thinking with their mind. Oh, this is fake. This is fake. Like I said, some parts of it I don't agree with because I know that Negroes owned slaves in South Carolina. William Ellison, Antoine de Buckley. We already know that there was Negroes in there. And even when we get to Antoine de Buckley's story, they tell you he was living amongst white people and he was richer than them. So, like, you can't go by what these people telling us or with their history. You have to go with what they're not telling you and then cross-reference that with what you already know. But let's continue, right? So this is another brother who has the same document that I have, who's saying the same fucking thing, okay?
And he says that the Yamasee Indians were Negroes, what were known afterwards as the fears of the Indian tribes of the South. The well-known Yamasee Indians were Africans. Okay, so we have to really stop and build on that. They say your history is hidden, but if the history is hidden, it's hidden from those who's already lost. The speaker comes out on the floor of government. Now, we're talking about some serious business. They're not shooting a bobo on the side of the corner on some street in Baltimore, Detroit, or Chicago, or New York City, or Atlanta. They're not shooting a bobo. They're not in Kansas City just hanging out, just talking. This conversation, this commission that they're speaking to, this is happening all in the halls and the chambers of government in the United States of America. So we know everything that happens is going to be documented. So we're reading what's been documented, right? The speaker comes out to say, to give the history on this portion of land in South Carolina, not only South Carolina, the smaller surrounding areas in South Carolina. And he's saying that Africans live in this area, South Carolina, prior to the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus.
All right, let's stop there. This nigga don't know if they Africans. How can he say that they African? They only using the terminology that was created in the 1900s to say that all black people outside of Africa came from Africa. He don't know if they wasn't there when they got there. They was here before Columbus. So how would he know that they Africans? Unless he's going by the eugenics says their official narrative. Okay, so always keep that in mind when you read something. Like I said, I can read this thing. I don't have to agree with everything. Only thing that matters to me is the fact that he's saying that Negroes was in America before the discovery of America by so-called Columbus, which we know that that is a lie as well. Okay, but let's continue.
So wait. Let's stop. We got to have that conversation because, see, they didn't teach us that in public school, right? The Afrocentric guys, telling you about Kim every 5 minutes, and they talk about, black folks and slavery and all of that, which is that's okay. That's so good. I'm not hating on nobody, but they never told you that there was black folks that could pass for Africans that lived in South Carolina prior to Christopher Columbus even discovering, quote unquote, America, right? What is the date associated with Christopher Columbus? 1492? That's the little nursery song that they give you when you're a young adult and you're in school. You say, yo, 1492, Christopher Columbus, this devil sailed the ocean blue, right? 1492. So did we know as a community of black folks in the village, in the camp, black Americans, did we know though that black folks was documented and seen in the Carolinas prior to Christopher Columbus even discovering this place that we know as America? Did we even know that? I'm willing to suspect many of us don't even know that. How many of you guys' family is from the Carolinas? Maybe that's a better question. How many of you guys' family from the Carolinas? Here's something that you have to really consider as well. If black folks is being recorded as being in South Carolina before Christopher Columbus, right? They lived in the area. They lived on those small islands right outside. So that's 1492, way before.
So they lived on them islands. Then Queen Quet is a fucking agent, and she's full of shit like we've been saying the whole goddamn time. I'm gonna end this part of the video on that right there. But if they was already in them islands, it was already in South, they already reported it. It said Negroes was already there. Regardless of the fact that they claimed that they was Africans. We already know that that's bullshit. Because the people who saying that they're Africans wasn't even on the planet to say that they are Africans. But however it go, so it was already Negroes there before Columbus. That's before so-called 1492. But yet Queen Quet is telling the people there that they're slaves. And we see this being done all through this whole video. We've been seeing all of this shit being, and it's all consistent. All of this shit is consistent in all these different areas. So from all the way up the master, matter of fact, I showed you the Micmacs. The Micmacs is in Nova Scotia, but the Micmacs are the Powhatans, and they actually have a hieroglyphics that's in Virginia that's saying that these people was originally there. Okay, I showed you the Micmacs all the way in Nova Scotia, which are Negroes. Let me see. I think I still have it up. So we went all the way from Nova Scotia, and we find so-called Negroes there. Look, Edith Irene Drummond Clayton of East Preston weaving baskets in her home, right? See more Negroes. This whole PDF is dedicated to the Micmacs and the basket making that you see where? You see that same basket making in South Carolina too. But these stupid Negroes are saying, oh, that basket waving came because Africans was here. You stupid motherfucker. You don't know where them black people came from. You don't know where they came from. How can you prove to me that these people are African? You tell me. There's no way to prove it. We went from Nova Scotia. We came back down through Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York. We went into New Jersey, showed you the Lenni Lenape. We went into Virginia, showed you the Pamunkey, showed you the Powhatan. Now we in Georgia, South Carolina area, and we walk our way all the way down to Florida, where they claim the Yamassees went into St. Augustine, where the so-called Timucua was at. We know what the Timucua looked like. Do I have to pull up a picture of what the Timucua looked like at this point in time? Matter of fact, you know what? Let me see something. I think I closed it out. Hold up real quick. So, all right. So this is the image of what they said the Timucua looked like. Okay. So now we already clarified that the Yamassees was already Negroes who was already in South Carolina, Georgia region, which South Carolina, Georgia region, all that's the Gullah coast, going all the way through Florida. Just did a build on that, I think about a week ago. Okay. And you see the Yamassee and the Timucua in the same area, okay? The Yamassees goes into St. Augustine with people who look just like this man on the screen right here. You see how they've been playing with our history for a long time. But guess what? The ancestors woken us up. And this shit is going to stop. And it's going to stop as well as with these agitators that come up here who want to challenge everything and not say, all right, well, boom. He's saying that they're Africans, but he's saying that they was here before Columbus. Now, how do he know that they're Africans? They wasn't even no African people. They wasn't even calling them Africans. So how the fuck would he know that they was Africans if they was here before your ass got here? So with that, man, let's conclude this joint right here. You know, definitely hit that like button and thank everybody. I'm not going to go through individually and say y'all names unless y'all want me to say y'all names. But shout out to everybody who donated to the channel. Definitely thank everyone coming through. And like I said, further educate yourself so you'll have enough information and you'll be equipped with enough information to where these motherfuckers cannot come through and tell you who the fuck you are. And when you see Europeans claiming to be Indians and telling you you're not, you tell them, look, you from Europe. Indians were not Europeans. And ask them that same question. So what did the ancestors of the Indians that you came from look like? Please show me a picture of what they look like. We just walked through all of them tribes. Ain't see not one Mongol. Well, did see one that was actually with the Nasser Garrett picture that I showed you of the so-called Aborigines, right? But for the most part, we see the same consistency among all these tribes. It's either white people or it's Negroes there. All the way from Nova Scotia all the way to Florida. And then we get in South Carolina, Georgia area, we actually got an excerpt from the mayor of Beaufort County saying that it was Negroes already there before Columbus came there. So you tell me about what history is niggas running around here talking about? Because they don't know themselves. So peace to the guys, man. Peace to the guys. Like I said, man, shout out to everybody, man, that came through. This is your information. Okay? Definitely thank everybody for coming through supporting. But at the end of the day, man, like I said, this is your information, man. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it takes a lot to put some of these bills together. But you know what, though? You know, like I told you, I'm definitely gonna hit y'all up with one at least every week. Besides me being on other panels, I will be back in A1 mode. I'm back in A1 mode. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, at the end of the day, man, this is what have to be done. So peace to the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. Eileen Bay just went into the invention that scattered all around the world that your people invented. So that would make you the motherfucking gods and the goddesses. So peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses. Who is that? That's AP. What you got to say, brother, man?
Oh, no, I was just saying peace and blessings to everybody. Make sure y'all go subscribe to BAP News. The link is in the chat, you guys. We about to be going live in like right now. So right after the end is, we headed straight over there to BAP News. So hit that link. We're gonna have it cracking over there. Shout out to everybody in the building.
The brother main channel is down. So definitely let's get BAP News running. Let's get that. Let's get the subscribers that they need, that AP need. But for the most part, man, man, look, this shit is your history. You already see what it is. If you're doubting or questioning anything, like I said, I don't believe no Africans came here. I don't believe no Africans came here. Because how, first of all, you forgot to tell us that in 1618 you brought all these white people here. And you forgot to tell us that the 1619 story wasn't even dealing with Africans.
Right. They forgot to tell us a lot of shit.
You forgot to tell us that one of the so-called slaves, a Hannah Nicole Smith Jones or Hannah Nicole Jones Smith, you forgot to tell us that one of the so-called, well, four of the so-called slaves that came in 1619 went on to own slaves that was Negroes and white people. Well, I'm going to say not even Negro. I'm going to just say strictly white people at this point in time. They only add the Negro virgin in there to throw you off.
Fact.
But they forgot to tell us this shit. How you leave out all of that? What am I supposed to? What? That's like when you're a child, you ask your child, like, yo, let's say your child did something they weren't supposed to do, right? And then you ask them, like, yo, did you do that? And they give you half of the story, and then you find out that it's a whole lot of the story that they left out. You punish them for not being honest about what happened.
Right.
So it's the same thing that they leaving out. They leaving out crucial parts of history. Crucial parts of history. Crucial parts. So let's get the BAP channel, man. Y'all already know what it is. It's your brother Hanu Kiel, Supreme Chief Holiday. You got something to say, man? What's up, bro? You over there muted up. She probably making his runs and shit.
Hanu. Hey, man, appreciate you, brother. Hey, I'm glad you're back. A1 and salute.
Hey, man. You know what, man? Y'all motivate me, man. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. But like I said, my truck is down. You can't. Hey, look, my truck is down. I just had to put a trans in my truck. And the trans they gave me, that shit, I only drove my truck for about 4 weeks, and then the trans went out on it. So I had to wait for this motherfucker to give me a brand new fucking trans, and I had to and actually my truck is almost ready because my mechanic just text me or whatever. But you know, I'm definitely gonna make time. Like when I do get back out there or whatever, I'm definitely gonna make time to at least do a build once a week or whatever. But yeah, I've been down for like over a month. So you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I had a little extra time to come in and put together some builds. But I'm gonna make it my priority, man, to make sure that the Aborigines stay enlightened. Along with me, along with Chief Holiday, along with Big Bat, along with all the other brothers and sisters in this community that's laying this information down. So there's no distinction between Aboriginals and Indians. So, you know, never had no problem with anybody saying that they're Indian. I just put out I put out the definition of it. Whether you accept it or you don't want to accept it. So it's like at the end of the day, we know who we are. We already know we know some of our history because more shit gonna come out eventually. We might see an image of a Negro in a space shit, nigga. Like with a feather crown on. I don't know. It may come out. So with that being said, man, peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, man. Peace to everybody who definitely supported. Peace to everybody who liked and shared the live stream. Hold up, hold up? Let me read that real quick. It said Cormeo ain't one of us. That's a mestizo claiming to be us. That is a fact, man. That's a fact. But like, look, man, I have to be sincere. Like whatever the research that he's doing, even though that a lot of research he's doing, he take off of us and he be biting shit and he been biting shit for years. And then not giving nobody credit for the research that he been putting out there, knowing damn well he got it from us. Because this nigga was talking about corn, and he wasn't talking about none of this shit that he talking about now. Until he start hanging around us. Now go ahead. Hey, what you was about to say, P?
No, I was just saying he really wasn't though. That's true. That's so
Really
true.
wasn't. He really wasn't until he started getting around us and start stealing and biting a lot of. And then, like I said, it's not none of my information. But I'm like, listen, I give credit to where I got my information from. Whether people like Moors or wherever I get it from, always give credit because that's part of showing people that you do research, that I'm just not no motherfucking monk, or I'm not somebody over here levitating and I'm just getting information. Some of the information is downloaded, but then other information I have to do research. I have to do research. I have to decode, decipher, cross-reference, and critical think about all the information that's coming through my mental state. So at the end of the day, man, y'all already know what it is, man. Peace to guys, peace to goddesses, peace to my brother Bap. Go to Bap channel. He about to go in. So it's gonna be a continuation. It's gonna be a heavyweight marathon. We got Supreme Chief. I don't know if Supreme Chief Holiday, but I did know Sister Betty did say that she was gonna go in after AP. So with that being said, I'm gonna end this, and I'll probably finish up on part 3 tomorrow. And once again, peace to guys, peace to goddesses, man. Thank everybody for coming through. This is your information. He said, I understand A1, but Cormeo is supporting the movement. Nah, he's not. He's supporting the movement halfway. He's supporting the movement because he's showing you he's saying Nick Rose is here, but he's showing you the Mongoloid mestizo blend of people. Okay, so it's not being clarified. We are not them. We are not no Mongoloid mestizo people, my dude. And I don't care at the end of the day. Like, yeah, I just gave the brother credit for putting some of the information out there. But at the end of the day, look, man, when I was doing this, showing all the tribes, this shit I'm doing right now, I did this shit 5 years ago. But a lot of people just coming around to it right now. So a lot of stuff has to be re-put out there again. So when I was running through all the tribes and showing all this, he wasn't talking about none of this stuff. And I asked him kindly to stay out of North America, because you wasn't doing nothing about no tribes in North America priorly. So don't come now and start trying to listen. And like I said, when a lot of people do bills, I let them do. I don't try to redo nobody bills. I've never done that. If a brother doing a bill doing something, I don't go back and try to bite off their shit and do another bill. I will, if I'm going to source it, I'm going to play some of it and say shout out to his brother for putting the information out there. But niggas go right behind your back and then try to organize their shit that the information they got from you, and then try to put it out there in a presentation like they're the only one did it and never get nobody fucking credit for nothing. That's the reason why I can't fuck with motherfuckers. But it is what it is, man. Water under the bridge at this point in time. And peace to the guys, peace to the goddesses. With that being said, we out. Peace.